Alright, hold up. Why is the game not up? Let's see. I think we need to... Ah, that's why. Should be... bring that up. There we go. There we go. I didn't have it set up properly. Yeah, okay. Anyway. Hey guys, how's it going? Hope you guys are doing well. We're back finally again. It feels like it's been forever, but it's been like what, 2-3 weeks. But we're back in Girls Frontline 2, and we got a new event now, right here. We're back with a new event with a doll who should have come out a long time ago, apparently. And well, I guess there's some funkiness that's happening with the rewrite. I don't know what exactly, but that'll be interesting to check into. I did see a little tiny thing that might be that's kind of making me wonder. Is she here yet? No, okay. I know Faye is in the event, but I don't think they've announced that she's in the gacha. So we're still sitting on 186 tickets because of that. I mean, I guess I could roll for more QJ and try to upgrade QJ, but I'm also wanting like to hopefully get an off-focus Faye in just in case. I'm gonna leave that alone for now because why not? It's not really needed. Personally, I don't think it's needed. So we also have Frontline Survivors back. It seems no more Klukai. I guess during this time when this came around, during I want to say CN, Klukai wasn't really out yet, so she wouldn't be in here anyway. But we do have Wawa, we have Sabrina. I don't remember Sabrina was in Frontline Survivors. I think she was actually. I think she was. But I don't remember Cheetah being in it, so I kind of want to try that a little bit before we get started here. Oh wow, they actually put Sabrina in her swimsuit for this one. As if the swimsuit version wasn't enough for the Nikkei mode, they also put her in a swimsuit for Frontline Survivors. Hilarious. Anyway, I'm gonna try Cheetah. I'm assuming Cheetah kind of sort of works like Suomi, but I do see that she has buff and bomb as a tag, so maybe she's a little bit different from Suomi. Alright. Let's see. Alright. May as well get this shot first really quick. What are your buffs? Every 30 seconds, Cheetah consumes a candy? Oh, dexterity candy, so increases rate of fire and has a 50% chance to increase it again. Effect lasts 15 seconds. Every 60 seconds, consume a courage candy, increasing damage. And has a 50% chance of doubling on hit. Okay. So she has like multiple effects every 30 seconds. Or 60 seconds or 90 seconds, depending on what it is. Okay, I wonder if she can actually like use 2 of the candies at the same time. So every what is it? Every 180 seconds you use like all 3 candies. I wonder if that's a thing. But we're gonna go ahead and grab that. See. Oh yeah, I guess she does. I guess she does. She just used 3 of them right there. And I took damage. Okay. Bomb. 50% chance of leaving a bomb every second. Interval will decrease based on fire rate. Oh. So it's a bomb delay. Delayed bomb. Okay, that might kind of be helpful. What the heck is this? What the heck is this Bomberman-esque pattern. I don't think that's gonna get most of the enemies. I'm also confusing the. I'm also kind of confusing the bombs for the enemies, so that's not helping. Like I'm afraid to run across it because of that. What do we have here? Plus 25 attack or fire rate. Ah, okay. Let's go for more damage. I don't think we really need more damage yet, but we'll grab it anyway. What I do want is a heal. That would be nice, or more bomb into something that's not a Bomberman shape. Bomb radius has increased. Okay. How much increased? I wouldn't say radius has increased. Technically speaking, radius would mean a circle, but you're not doing a circle. You're doing like a cross pattern. So is it really radius, or is it length and width? I mean, radius is basically the length and width of a circle, so... Increase bomb damage increased, maximum bombs is increased, okay. I'm just hoping I don't confuse it for an enemy, and I keep forgetting we have bullets firing at us at all times now. I guess rate of fire would be great with her. Bullet size, range might be okay. Let's get range. Hey, Tactician Chance, we're starting with this right now because we have Cheetah, and I don't think we've had Cheetah before, but it is kind of funny that they put Sabrina in her swimsuit for this event, you know, as if it wasn't enough to put her in a swimsuit in the Nikkei thing. They also have to put her in here. Ah, there we go. Heal, finally. Also, I don't like the bomb. I don't think the bomb works very well. It kind of sort of works, but the cross shape pattern isn't very good. It needs to be like a circle. It is kind of neat though that they put the mechanics in here. So range and rate of fire, bullet damage, bullet size. I guess let's grab. A little bit of range, a little bit of rate of fire. I don't know if range is gonna save me, to be honest, but rate of fire is probably good for Cheetah, so we're gonna grab that. It does feel weird being back in this game though, because we've been away for about 3 weeks that we're suddenly back again. But there's some other stuff I want to like talk about before that, but we're warming up with this. We are warming up with this. Oh, there we go, rate of fire. Even more rate of fire. She needs to go shoot as fast as she can. And that's not nearly fast enough, apparently. And I need heals! It's gonna be another 180 seconds for my next heal. Why? It's too bad she doesn't get a shield. Shield would be nice. Ooh, crystals, give me that. Alright. Okay, out of the way! And lose HP again. How do I not lose HP? How do I not get hit? I feel like I run into things too easily. That's why I like the units with shields, or at least a self-heal. Crap! I should probably just stick to Wawa, honestly. Just stick to Wawa. She won't disappoint you. In this mode, anyway. Okay. More fire rate, more bullet speed. Please, bombs. I need you to be a bit more effective than this, which you are not. Okay, out of the way! Ouch, I'm gonna die. I'm actually gonna die. movement speed. I guess let's go smaller. Just what she needs to be even smaller than she already is. Okay, okay. Oh jeez. Out of the way. And I hit something. I hit something. That's okay. Alright, well, I'm gonna go back to Wawa for the next one because Cheetah is too squishy for my taste. A little bit too squishy. Okay. Now we have the issue of not having enough fire rate. Can now crit, can also now penetrate. Yes, let's grab that one right away. Use all your rolls and lost? Wait, were you rolling for Zhao Hu? How many rolls do you even have? For this particular banner, I'm not rolling this banner. Though I have to admit her kit's interesting. If there was a place to use her kit like consistently. I like the idea of moving after every attack instead of like always before. But the problem is there's just not enough challenge in the game for that to be a thing. Personally speaking. There's the shield. And that's what I want, a shield, a little bit of insurance. Want to collect one of each? Yeah, I do too. I do too. I'm just saving up for priorities right now. Oh, wait. Isn't Klukai in this banner also? I guess if you wanted to get the V3 Klukai or V6 Klukai, then now might be the time to actually do that. I forgot that was actually a thing. Wait, what's the difference between these two? One is regular bullet damage, and the other is regular bullet. Oh, flat damage and percentage. Okay, I guess flat damage is good first. I think I might wait a little bit to roll for Klukai. Just until we get a confirmation what the next banner is, and then if it's another skip banner for me, then I might roll for at least V3. I think V3 is the minimum for... What was it? Using the ult 2 times in a row? I think. So I'm gonna wait at least for that. Frozen Domain. Is this the one I needed? Probably not, but we'll grab it anyway. What I do want is the pickup range. Pickup range would be nice. But let's get this. Range would be nice also in this mode if you can actually pick up from that far. For the most part, you have to be pretty close to the enemies because you also have to be close to pick up your the little EXP crystals. Hey Garth, welcome. People are saying Springfield is the next banner. Is that like for sure, or are we just guessing? Welcome, by the way. Also welcome, Cactus. How's it going, you two? I guess I'll grab the percentage for now. We'll see. Though I guess with all the rewrites happening in the game so far, it's maybe getting a little bit easier to predict what Mika's gonna do next. We'll see though. Okay, I should probably try to get out of this corner. Yeah, it's always a dart boy with Mika, but like I said, with all the rewrites and the banner pools getting smaller and smaller, it might be easier to figure out what's coming up next. What's not easy to figure out is when the next major event is going to happen. I even forgot when the last major event happened. I think it was like a month ago, a month and a half ago. Wait, when was it? When was it actually? We had Yohi last, and I think the thing before that was it wasn't the major event, was it? I'm forgetting. My memory has been like a goldfish recently, and it's not great. So I can only, unless there's a set order to things, I don't even remember things anymore. Oh jeez. Right, but when was Apelion? I feel like it was at least 2 months ago, but I could be wrong. Because to me, it almost feels like 2010 was like just last year. No, 2010 was definitely not just last year. It was the year before that. But still, my sense of time isn't great. So I don't even know when events happened anymore. But we had Yohi last time. I remember that far back, and I need to get out of this corner. Ouch. I think it's because I was jumping between this and Girls Frontline 1 that I keep on forgetting where I am. Range? Movement speed? Do I even need movement speed? Oh, I guess I did pick up movement. Oh no! Oh, the movement speed is part of the loot radius. I did not know that. I never actually looked. Okay, I guess if I want more loot radius, I gotta get this. And I do. I do want more loot radius. Oh, Vivi, right! Right, okay, so yeah, so we had Vivi and we had Yohi, and before Vivi was the Apelion event. True. You're so right. So it has been technically at least a month and a half since Apelion ended. About a month and a half. So close to 2 months. So it was roughly around that time then. And then now we have Xiaohu, who's in a bit of a weird spot, to be honest, being one of the few non-returning dolls. And I feel like non-returning dolls don't seem to... They don't seem to, like, get a whole lot of... I don't know, they don't seem to be that popular. Look at Ulrid. Coffee's an exception, but also coffee's free. Bethley and Sharky are also exceptions because you get both of them kind of sort of free. Oh crap, I missed a drop pickup range. Returning dolls are definitely going to be a lot more popular, so Xiaohu is in a weird spot. And Doris is popular because of reasons. This is true. This is true. The mommy energy from Andoris is very popular in general, and I don't blame her. I don't blame people. I think it's also because I feel like some people think she kind of looks a little bit like DeLacy from Project Neural Cloud, so there is that. And I think people thought she was DeLacy at one point. Okay, I do need a loot radius. Okay. Oh dang! I forgot you like bum rush. If this was Cheetah, I would have been dead a long time ago. I feel like I've lost shields like crazy already, because I don't know exactly what's on the screen, but I just go in circles and hope I don't bump into anything. Yeah, Ulrid. I guess LULdog was kind of popular, but also because early game AoE and free. Though you can't get LULdog anymore, sadly. I was kind of hoping they'd put LULdog in the standard gacha, but she's not there, and she's supposed to be in the Dorito gacha. Not Dorito gacha. The Dorito shop. But she's not yet there because they haven't updated that yet. Eventually. Maybe. But not yet. Yeah, I think people just want to see their girls back. And I don't blame her. She isn't, Zhao Hu isn't horny on main for Shikikan. I did hear about that regarding the event. I don't know the exact details, but I think that tells me everything I need to know. It's like, why are all the dolls so horny for this one particular guy? Well, you're gonna find out today, apparently. You will find out. Crit damage range, no longer a limit on piercing. There we go. Yeah, I think the last time I did this, even though a lot of people picked 416 over Wawa, I still picked Wawa over 416. Just because there were so many explosions, I couldn't see a thing on the screen. Also shields. Also shields. I think I would pick even Suomi over 416. The only problem with Suomi is a single target, not a whole lot of gimmicks. I also haven't heard anyone talk about Suomi recently, but then again, I think we're past the part of the game where, at least if you've been here since the beginning, we're past part of the game where the early shield healing crutch is not as needed anymore, and we just go full DPS sometimes. Or at least there's more viable teams outside and put Suomi everywhere, which is kind of nice. Lightning Electric does need a lot of help though. Hopefully we get the team for that soon. Alright, damage against enemies and movement speed is increased. Rate of fire, give me more rate of fire. Not that we have a lot of rate of fire, but give me more rate of fire. Wait, how long is this mode again? I think this mode is 20 minutes? 15 minutes maybe? I've been going for a while, so I probably shouldn't do another round of this. Just in case. 15 for this one, 20 for the last one. Gotcha. I didn't remember if they went to 30. I do know the last one was longest, but I don't remember if they ever went to 30. It's way too active for me. I need my... what was this? HP? Shackle? Bullet damage? I don't need bullet damage. Just give me it goes from best character is Suomi and second best is Suomi to just more V6 Klukai, bro. Yeah, at this point it is. It is. I think that most of the challenge in the game right now is if you do the... what is it called? I still haven't completed all my, I forgot the mode. There's the one that refreshes every week, and there's the one that you do it once and then you never do it again. But you still get regular rewards for it. I forgot the name for that. And I took way too much damage, holy crap. Where's my shield? I am so gonna die. I am so gonna die. I don't think you can just V6 Klukai those stages. Maybe you could. But I don't have V6 Klukai, so... Again, I'm gonna wait for I'm gonna wait for the next banner announcement before deciding to roll. Yeah, I feel like Girls Frontline 2 is in a weird place right now, story-wise, because there's honestly not a whole lot going on. Not a whole lot of banger moments going on, and it's just kind of slow compared to Girls Frontline, but Girls Frontline also had a lot of time too, so it'll get there eventually. Just when? No idea. In the meantime, let's distract everyone with some of their favorite dolls coming back and some very, very interesting skin choices, which, you know what, some are good. Not gonna lie, some are good. I think the Lind skin is a very, very good thing, especially if you've seen some of the dorm animations. It's basically the first 6 chapters of Girls Frontline. Probably a year until we get Continuum Turbulence. Yeah, it'll be a little while. Well, it would be a year for us, but for CN it would be like 2-3 years. Because CN has been around for a while, and I know CN hates hearing this, but they really do be the beta testers for Global. Because they have to go through everything. All the shenanigans with the stories, all the shenanigans with the mechanics, all the shenanigans with everything going wrong. And then Global kind of keeps it alive, including JP. So, yeah. Thank you, CN, for your sacrifice. Also, thank you for the game for actually existing anyway. But I do miss the actual difficulty. I was reminded last week, or maybe even 2 weeks ago, both weeks actually, when I was playing Girls Frontline 1, that holy crap, Girls Frontline 1 can actually be ridiculously hard. I mean, I had to brute force some of it, but the difficulty is there, while the difficulty is not here at all yet, unless you do the crap, I forgot the mode again. Expansion drill? Unless you do the extra mode in expansion drill, then you can actually stretch your legs a little bit and do the mechanics to the fullest. But if you don't do that, if you don't do the EX mode with all the restrictions and stuff, then you probably won't feel it as much. The difficulty, I mean. Because it's just not present in the story or the main event, or the main events, yeah. The event campaigns. Do I go smaller or do I do more damage? Oh wait, this is rate of fire and range. I don't need range. Just make me smaller. That is the smallest WoW I've ever seen. Wow. It's like she got stuffed into a frame that's as small as Cheetah. Maybe. Oh, I think I need to pick this up. Thank you. I need my 4 shots that come out of me to go faster. Oh, almost time. 15 minutes almost time. It doesn't matter at this point. There we go. And I actually get to the end. Alright. But I don't think I'm maxed on my level. Okay, I'm gonna leave that last one for later. How far did I get? So I still need to get 18,000. Okay, that's gonna take a little while. 18,000 and the obligatory playing of 5 times total. Alright, so let's grab this. Not enough. What did I grab? Rate of fire, bullet size, basic attack. I don't think I've ever actually gone down here. Oh, wait! Suomi gets unlocked? Or is this a Suomi skill? But because I see a Suomi icon. But I don't think she's available. Support skill unlocked at level 31. Oh, just her skill. Okay. Okay, I never noticed that before. Interesting. Full run of hard difficulty should give you 40k eventually, easily. Yeah, and then it's just actually doing the other 4 runs. Yeah, what was I thinking? Peak value assessment, this one, I don't think I've actually ever finished this. I got all the way to 7, started doing 7, and then when I tried to do the rest of these, it's like, oh my gosh, this is such a chore, but I should just finish this eventually. You know, because I'm right here at the end. I should just finish it eventually. I just don't actually do it. But yeah, if you do the expansion drill and actually get all the way to the end, I need to redo expansion drill. I just autoed number 7 and hoping to get it, but the expansion drill this time around, I think it's a little bit different. So probably should do it properly to do that, because I only have 2 days left. Oh crap, I have 2 days left to claim some free gems, which is, to be fair, a lot of free gems. But if you do the EX, you can push yourself a little bit. Speaking of Lynn, her dual-wielding AA-12s in her ult just reminds me of FPS Russia. What is FPS Russia? I actually don't know what FPS Russia is. Okay, hold up. Where are we? I was gonna do something. Right, so Kuka is back. I'm surprised that she came back so quickly, but I think she... I guess that they do come back after 2 or 3 banners. Yeah, they do come back after 2 or 3 banners from the last one. Miss him, he was a funny guy, a funny gun YouTuber. Ah, I see. I see. Alright. Okay, before we get into this today, there's a few things we need to go over really quick. And I'm hoping the stream doesn't crash, because it likes to crash whenever I bring stuff up from the background. If you guys haven't seen this yet, let me see. Let me grab it first. If you haven't seen it yet, but you haven't grabbed the thing yet, I guess it's this one. Maybe it's this one. If you haven't seen this yet, there is Project.net, the shooty Girls Frontline game, the shooty game that Mika is not directly involved with, but they are like sponsoring, I guess. The test period for this one is currently ongoing. If you haven't tried it, I haven't tried it myself. If I can get it to work, then we might try it this next week. If I cannot, then we'll do something else. I actually got plans to try a different game during our downtime with Girls Frontline 2. That's not Girls Frontline 1. But, you know, I also do kind of want to try this also. Android only? I guess if you have an iOS, which I think 50% of the world does. What is the stats of people having an iOS these days? Android users versus the Android users versus iPhone users. Android has 71.42% of the market share. Worldwide, most people actually use Android. In the US, iPhones are 56% of people. Interesting. So Android is actually most of the people in the world, because we do, there was a time when Android was actually the lesser used phone, I guess, for the most part, and not actually used by most of the world. It's funny to me now. It's mostly everyone else in the world that uses it instead of Apple. Yeah, I do know in certain countries, other than the U.S., Apple is more popular. I think I want to say in Japan, it's Apple's more popular, but I don't have stats to back that up. It's just by a feel. I know in the US, holy crap, at least half the people, and backed up by stats now, actually like use iOS. But I've always been Android user since day one, and the only reason why I even have an Apple phone is to use it as a camera. That's really all it's good for me. I just can't I just can't figure out the controls on it. It's supposed to be intuitive, but it doesn't feel very intuitive. Anyway, if you are an Android user or can use an emulator, an Android emulator, give this a try. I haven't tried to see if I can get this going, but I haven't actually seen gameplay from anyone. I've just seen like screenshots like this. Screenshots like one AA12 and a bunch of Wawas. I don't know what these numbers are. I don't know what those numbers mean. But also a lot of people are like, this item isn't available in your country. Great. How am I supposed to try it? Russia in particular, from what I hear, has a bunch of issues with gacha games recently. So then they can't really try it if they wanted to. Would love to play, but thank you for keeping us updated. Yeah. I think it's mostly C right now, which is the weird part about this. The link is in the description though if you want to check that out. So there is that. And then there is Lynn. Thank you, Yoshi Curtis, for the video. I haven't seen the PV yet, so let's go check the PV out really quick. And I don't want to increase the size here because that usually leads to the stream crashing. So I think what I'm going to do is just manually increase the size like this. It's going to be small for me, but I don't mind watching it small. So this is mainly for you guys. All right. There's my crackhead. There's my sugar crackhead.
今天的主题是矿洞怪谈大揭秘。
Who sent her out alone? Isn't this a bad idea?
这就出现了吗？
Oh wait, those things are functional?
这就被吓到了。果然，怪谈什么的都是假的了。
Well, this is a very light-hearted PV compared to the other ones.
消失吧！嗨，糖分补充完毕。
Ooh, very nice. Holy crap! If this game actually had evasion stats, she would probably be one of the more evady shotguns. Also, shotgun. Wait, when did she get two AA12s? I don't think she had two AA12s before. Wait, so she has like a gigantic AoE?
这可是我为数不多的优点。总之，这期节目就是这样，怪谈什么的不过是执着而已啦。至于下期的事，下期再说吧。早上好，大家。
She ran out of sugar. Wait, no, she still has sugar.
人呢？又没听我的电台吗？那种正经到有点恶心的自我介绍就免了吧，又不是第一天认识了。
Okay, so we don't get to see her backstory here. She's just here. She came with everyone else.
帮我看看，我的发型没有失浪吧？
Cute. She's doing a late night radio talk show about the weird cave when the spiders jump her. She went from being a listener to being the host. Oh yeah, did she have a backstory in Girls Frontline 1 where she listens to a bunch of internet radio or something like that? That's probably what it was. That's probably what it was. Let's see. Oh, I guess Roche Limit is in Girls Frontline 1 now. Let me shrink this a little bit because this is taking way too much space now. Roche Limit is now available in Girls Frontline 1, CN. I think the CN client is also on Steam now. Sadly, we don't have that yet. Don't know why they didn't just do it for everyone. And I think the picture here is cut off. There is someone here to the side. There we go. There we go. There's MP5 all the way back here, as well as as well as Scorpion, which I hope we see again. And crap, which one are you? You're not PPK. You are Tokarev. Tokarev, I hope we see again also. Actually, both Tokarev and PPK, I hope makes it back to Girls Frontline too. Scorpion, I don't know what Scorpion does these days, but it'd be kind of weird to have two Molotov dolls in Girls Frontline 1. Not one, in Girls Frontline 2. In Girls Frontline 1, you can have like multiple Molotov dolls and no one's gonna bat an eye because you probably need all those Molotovs anyway. In Girls Frontline 2, you probably don't need as much. So yeah, I guess when you go 3D, the niche becomes a little bit weirder. And also Yoshi Curtis, of course, you would pick this particular screenshot from the PV, wouldn't you? Interesting. Let me see. Oh, I guess we got a DP12. Wait, is this DP12? Is this DP12? I cannot tell. But I probably shouldn't have that on the screen for too long. AA12, is this a swimsuit outfit? This is her swimsuit outfit. Oh, it is a swimsuit outfit. I see. Right, I kind of remember this thing. The weird triple umbrella setup. The weird triple umbrella setup. You can't really see her swimsuit too well. It looks like something else different there. But I guess the 3D shows it off even better right here. And for anyone screaming Sharkery Supremacy, here's for you guys. Apparently, she upgrades her very, very simple swimsuit to have midriff and or sheer booba window. Is it? Yeah. Black tights with swimsuit. Yes. I don't know why you would ever do that. It's for looks only. It's for looks only. The I guess the bikini, if you can call it a bikini, I guess it still like the bikini, is an interesting choice and very Sharkery. But yeah, the tights from the swimsuits just different. Imagine what Florence's outfit would look like if she has like swappable parts for her skin. I think it would be very dangerous. You might actually see those pasties for real. Actually, I think you might actually be able to see the pasties if you look hard enough on her skin. If you really try. What's going on over here in Project Net? Do the pasties come off? You wish. You wish. No, I think no. At least according to the modelers, they don't. What's going on here? Oh, very close up. Oh, so this is the graphics from the Project Net game. I do like that they have more variety of outfits here, even though one of them is literally just a palette swap. But still, you know, two different outfits, base and a palette swap. Very nice. Very, very nice. And someone highlighted the squish here. The graphics aren't as good, to be honest, as Girls Frontline 2, but for anyone looking for some squish, the squish is very, very present. So, good job. Good job. And I guess this is a... This does not look like a skin for Girls Frontline 2. I think this is a skin for the Project Net game. A carrot with a... Is that a duct tape carrot magazine? I think the carrot magazine's duct taped on there. Unless this might be just a brace for some odd reason. But this is definitely duct tape right here. We need more joke skins. Give us more joke skins. What's going on here?
I want to say that. What the fuck?
Is that Yoshi?
Pop in your screen. I want to say that. What the fuck?
I guess the body just moves.
I want to say that. What the fuck?
Ah, the jank is hilarious. The jank is hilarious. All right, let me see. What's going on here? Ah, yes. Very nice. Very nice first impressions. Thank you, Groza. This is probably why you wear shorts these days. Maybe. Dominatrix outfit. And I guess your girlfriend's outfit over here with a rib sweater. Actually, I actually do like the rib sweater look up here. The Dominatrix one, and people have pointed this out, looks a little bit too much like the Gachimuchi one, the Gachimuchi memes, deep dark fantasy or something like that. I don't know anything past the very short thing at the beginning where it's like, think you went to you came to the wrong place or something like that. The leather club is 2 blocks down. That's really all I remember, and I probably butchered that line. Let's see. Why does it look like in a swimsuit? Okay, so it's still the same thing, but very bouncy with a swimsuit. You can actually see the bounce a lot easier. Actually, no. I feel like her regular outfit and this are very similar as far as amount of cloth overall, minus the jacket. I do wish they brought back the what do you call it? The umbrella, the weird umbrella setup. But I guess that kind of made more sense back then because she was a tank, and she's no longer tank anymore. She's AOE. Also, don't feed Is this a seagull? Don't feed seagulls the potatoes, the French fries. Don't. This is the thing though that everyone kind of wishes would happen to them. The stretch. Holy crap, that is that is translucent. She is wearing a proper swimsuit under there, but the outer layer, the extra outer layer, just makes it even more dangerous. And I thought she was gonna do something else to the bear. The bear is actually face down, not face up. Make of that as you will, because it's pretty funny. Anyway, yeah, Lind coming in CN. Don't know when we'll get her, but probably not as soon as we got Yohi. We're still waiting on M200. We're still waiting on whoever the other region exclusive doll is. I forgot her name. But it was the other region exclusive doll. Oh wait, I think it's a Japanese region exclusive doll. Type 100, I think that's what it was. Yeah, Type 100 from Japan. And Shiki Type 100. Right, thank you. And we were also waiting still for Defy. I think it was AK. Was it AK-12 or AK-15? I keep forgetting which one's which. I think it's AK-12? AK-12 Girls Frontline? No, I think it was AK-15. Yeah. We were teased AK-15 a very long time ago, and we still haven't seen anything past her shadow. So, is that coming? Is that not coming? Probably still coming. Just not anytime soon. Okay, 15 is the gorilla, 12 is the one who's basically partially converted into a Naito, but not really. And then Type 90, and then 9AN94 is the princess. And RPK is dead. Maybe thankfully dead? I don't know. I had conflicting feelings when I saw her in Girls Frontline 1 again. Anyway, we're not gonna dwell on that, so I think we should go ahead and get started with the event. I did stall for almost an hour. I don't know how long this is going to be. It's probably going to be on a shorter one because it's probably going to be one of those types of events. Let me see. 1, 2, 3 story nodes. 3 story nodes, 9 battle nodes, the standard. It doesn't have that weird setup like Yohi did. I'm guessing it's because this is a supposedly earlier event. But also it just could be Yohi just had a weird setup in general and we are never gonna see that thing again. Have not completed Mirror Stage as RPK is still a good girl. Still. Well, technically if you played the collab event in Girls Frontline 1 that is, I'm not sure if it's still going. It might have ended. No, I think it's still going and it'll end next week. If you played that, then she's also still technically a good girl there, but that's also an AU, so anything happens. Hey GNG, welcome. We're about to start the event here, and there's a lot of Russian names here that I cannot read. I say a lot, but there's only like 3. Eropkona. Eropkona sounds dirty. It probably isn't. And I probably butchered that. But I can't make sense of Krillic, so we'll go in and get started. I think I'm gonna have to read this. Oh, I haven't seen this in a while. I'm looking at these chairs again, and I can't imagine how uncomfortable it looks. Because if you look at the actual chair, it has like a very, very thin padding on top of what looks like a... I'm guessing metal, if not plastic, chair, probably metal. But the padding's so thin, you're gonna have to like get up and down like multiple times so that your butt doesn't hurt for however long the ride's going to be. And that headrest is atrocious. Okay, I think it has a little bit of padding, at least the ones on the side do. This one doesn't look like it has any padding at all. But it has a very nice holographic display. I don't even know what that's for. I guess it tells you the weather and all the details outside, but that's really it. That is as comfortable as it gets in Eastern Europe. Man, Eastern Europe is not really hard mode, but they're roughing it a little bit. At least there's cats in the back. And I guess there's restrooms also in the back, so maybe that's okay. With a deafening screech, the doors onto the intercontinental train car slowly grind open. A green-tinted figure rides the flow of the crowd into the cabin and quickly strides over to her cramped window seat. But window seats are nice. Oh hey, it's out here. I don't think I actually ever looked at her design closely. Fairly standard. I mean, I say standard, but as far as doll designs go, fairly standard. I like the green tinge motif here, and I guess she has a little butterfly that on her what do you call this, tie, that I did not notice before. Also, a tie with this outfit just seems weird in general. I don't know what decided that. This plating on the side also is a little bit weird, but you know, don't know what she did before this. I'm on the train. I'll be back once the request is complete. Diane will manage the squad's affairs while I'm away. I would also urge everyone to rationally consider my proposal. Is this before or after? After sending a message to the squad's chat group, Zhao puts down her comm terminal and turns her gaze outside the train window. I guess she's also one of the few dolls who can also roam around like our dolls can. Which is a rarity, actually. I guess that's very rare. Somewhere in a place where she cannot see, a gigantic MBV is encamped in the wilderness over 10 kilometers away from the supply station. Just then, metal shutters close over the armored glass windows of the cabin, obscuring everything from view, making the window seat not that fun anymore. She is clearly pissed. With nothing to look at, Zhao shifts her gaze to look inside the cabin. More and more people file into the cabin, filing up the seats around her. And I guess she doesn't have games on her phone, if she has a phone. I'm assuming games still exist, because I mean, G11 is, you know, she's got games that she can still play. But she's probably not a gamer. Zhao Yu's not a gamer. Soon, there's a loud whistling as the fully loaded train lurches into motion, gradually picking up speed as it pulls out of this tiny supply station. And also away from the Elmo. 1 week ago aboard the Elmo. The Elmo has set off once again after the mission to render emergency assistance to 404. We're heading towards Liev? I guess it's Liev. Liev to keep with our promise with Kalina, and we haven't gotten a new chapter in a long time. I think our last chapter was chapter 8, and then there's a bunch of smaller events in between chapter 8 and chapter 9. So chapter 9, I think, would introduce UMP9, Lena, and who knows when that's gonna happen. But I still can't get over the numbering system in Girls Frontline. It's just, they have these big chapters in the story. Oh crap! They have these big chapters in the story, and there are significant, important events that happen in between stories that just gets counted as part of the main story anyway. Like, they don't know how to number things, or maybe they do, but it's kind of like, it kind of reminds me of some volumes of books. Let's say you have 10 volumes of books. Everything is at least 100 pages and probably average 150 pages. But you have a couple of volumes that for some reason get up to 600 pages. Like the Wheel of Time series, or the Horizon Horizon in the Middle of Nowhere light novels, which does not look very light anymore once you get 1,000 pages of one of those books. Yeah, and so we still haven't delivered Helena to Kalina, and we got another daughter named Melanie. I don't know when this is, but this is definitely after we meet Diane. But then again, keep in mind, this entire thing has been rewritten. I don't know what parts have been rewritten, other than Richard is no longer here. So it's gonna be interesting to see how this goes. Ever since we got caught up in this crazy commission, the masterminds hidden within the shadows have gradually come to the fore. As a result, the agreement that has bound me for 10 years has begun to lapse. The number of dolls who just so happen to return to the Elmo has grown as well. Just so happen in quotes. I'm assuming Suomi and the rest of the dog commune are still in their little place out in the middle of nowhere. Because when we got Suomi's event along with the Grassland event, we had to return Suomi. So she is not on the Elmo quite yet, but at least during that time anyway. Not in the Elmo quite yet, as well as the rest of the dog commune that we care about. Not back yet. So, while meeting old friends again is always a joyous occasion, it does lead to some awkward moments at times. For instance, a herd of obs hares in a place like this? That does seem to be the case. What should we do about them, Commander? 3 minutes ago, I was chatting idly with the others when I got a report from Mei Ling. The Elmo encountered a herd of obs hares while cruising around across the landscape. I reflexively began issuing orders to the dolls around me in order to get us into action quickly and minimize damage to the MBV's undercarriage. Centauressi Macchiato. Guard the forward engine. Monsoon Squad? Wait, who's the Monsoon Squad? Monsoon Squad. Monsoon Squad will cover the rear. Diane, Jiangyu, and Zhaohu flank from behind and pick off any officers that approach. Oh, I guess Monsoon Squad is Diane's group. Sorry, when I saw Monsoon Squad, I was thinking Metal Gear. I haven't played that particular game, but I know about the memes. I know about those memes. Jawal? Wait, is Jawal a German thing? Don't think I've ever heard that before. Understood. Time for me to show my stuff. And Jiangyu also hasn't shown up yet. I think she's supposed to show up along with Zhaohu, but she has her event that also still needs to be rewritten, I think. As I finish giving orders, the dolls reply in the affirmative one after another. Except for the new girl. The sole exception is a doll in green before me, who's stroking her knife as she quirks up an eyebrow. Jawal is yes sir, okay. And I'm probably butchering that. Am I part of this operation too? Yeah, actually you don't know me. You're free to do what you want in that case, but I think you're registered to the MBV, so I guess yes? Maybe? I smile sheepishly as I look at her. Well, am I? A little bit impatient. After realizing what I've done, I looked at Zhaohu and the embarrassed smile fades from my face. During the during the years since I left Griffin, might as well be 10. Diane, Jiangyu, and CZ75, who hasn't arrived in time to meet me. Oh, CZ75, that's the one with the weird tactical axe. The scoped axe. CZ75, who hasn't arrived in time to meet me, found each other in the contamination zones. Started traveling together and eventually formed a Bankum Tactical Squad. Okay, we need to stop using this word. This cum word. I know it just means with in Latin. But we don't have to be so formal. We don't have to be so formal. We can just call it like formed a ad hoc tactical squad or a band/tactical squad. Use a slash for goodness sake. It exists for a reason. Right, Monsoon Squad. Somehow they call themselves Monsoon Squad. When Diane and Jiangyu came to my aid, Zhaohu, the leader of Monsoon Squad. Oh, she's actually the actual leader. The translator knows what they're doing. The translators for the Girls Frontline series in general is pretty good, I think. They're usually pretty good. I don't think they've missed most of the time that I know of anyway. But it is interesting to find out that she's the leader and not Diane of this little band here. Because I assume she just kind of came along for the ride randomly. And suddenly, hey, you're a leader now. Leader Monsoon Squad accompanied them without complaint. Strictly speaking, however, she and her squad are not part of the Elmo, and as such, I have no authority over her or any right to give her orders. A word virtually no one outside academia knows. Yep. Yep. No one uses the word cum. And I say that in the proper pronunciation. No one says the word cum outside of giving honors to graduates. Whether it be in high school or like college. I'm sorry. I started barking orders without realizing it, and I didn't seek your opinion on the matter. Still, this is something of an emergency, so would you mind if I borrowed 2 of your members for the time being? Naturally, if you were willing to help out too. I don't mind at all. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. That said, Monsoon Squad has not conducted many joint operations with other tactical units in the past, so we're not really used to it. You're not used to it. They are. What do you mean you're not used to it? Just stay on the Elmo for a few more days and you'll be right at home. Jiangyu walks over with a cheerful smile on her face and pats Zhaohu on the shoulder. The commander's super trustworthy, you know? When it comes to fighting, just leave everything to him. Right, let's go then. She seems pretty chill other than the, you know, we're not really part of this group kind of thing. Wait, did I skip a line? Zhao Hu nods and says no more. She follows Jiang Yu and the others as they jog down the corridor. I don't think they actually jog, though. As I watch her eye-catching green silhouette shrink into the distance, I shake my head. Groza hears me and approaches, tactical tablet in hand. Wait, there's a tactical tablet? Commander, should we hold a welcome party for Monsoon Squad? I just checked. We have some decorations left over in the storeroom. No, let's leave the welcome party for later. We still don't know what Monsoon thinks about all this, and CZ75 isn't with them either. It'll be very awkward if they end up declining our offer. In that case, what if we have Monsoon Squad put on a guerrilla performance? They just finished an emergency reinforcement mission, so having them put on a show would be a way for them to relax. You can use it as an opportunity to have a good chat with the rest of Monsoon too. That does sound like it's worth a try. Can you help me make the arrangements, Rosa? Just leave it to me. Oh yes, Commander, there's one more thing. She hands me her tablet. The screen shows an email from Brief. Investigate unusual Viagra activity. Oh, don't tell Coffee this. Brief sure knows how to saddle me with more work. Can we not take this one? We barely just scraped together these few days of free time. Oh, what about the money? Aren't you broke? Are you not broke? Don't you need money? Zhao Yu is cool enough to jump a band of Merc while all she wanted to do was travel for our concert. Yeah. She's that one person who just got dragged along because the majority of the group is doing something else. Like, I don't know what her story is. It's probably gonna be somewhere in the Dusty Memories or Dusty Journal, as usual. But still, it's like, this is awkward, very awkward. Isn't the saying "those who don't work lose"? I don't think I've heard that one. I did hear, though. Oh crap! Those who don't work don't eat, but they don't eat, so most of them don't eat anyway. But Commander, the payout for this commission is the biggest we've recently gotten, and besides, Brief hands out commissions based on a contractor's previous performance. Let me guess, we're in the red again. When are we not in the red? And have you seen how much money the Elmo drains from us just in repairs alone? Forget about Mailing's pay. Forget about the maintenance on the dolls. Forget supplies. The Elmo itself is the biggest expense on our expense logs. Whereas yours is give me more people. I'm assuming you have workforce issues in real life. Most perceptive, Commander. We spent a lot on that operation to assist 404, and now that we have more people on the Elmo, we may have to throw ourselves on Miss Callan's mercy when we arrive in Liev. At this rate, it'll be a mercy if we actually make it to Liev in the first place. When we finally get Chapter 9, sure. Take care of this commission too. We'll head out once Monsoon Squad does their show. Understood. Okay, so which groups have they actually showed in the PV a long time ago? They showed, I guess, Monsoon Squad. They showed Springfield's group. They showed 404, both of 404, and I think that's it. If I'm not mistaken, I think those are the first groups that they showed. So about 4 groups total, if you count 404 as 2 groups. So, yeah, okay, so AR team is nowhere to be seen, at least in the teasers, but we do know they're coming. Defy has been mentioned, and T's, but we haven't seen anything of them. So that's 2 more groups coming also. I guess technically the dog commune is another group, which doesn't really get a whole lot of advertisement, but they exist. Those exist. So slowly but surely, with dev time and enough time in the game, we'll get more people and hopefully a little bit more difficult game. 2 days ago on the Elmo, 2 days. The lounge is packed with people even though it's close to midnight. Monsoon Squad's first guerrilla live has just ended in a resounding success. What do the idols think about this? Oh, speaking of idol, here's Bepley. Marvelous! Your dancing was magical, Jengyu. Oh, Coffee! I don't think I've seen you in an event outside of the other events. Like a random event. I thought Miss Science Gunzeng music was moving too. I think the Gunzeng's the instrument. What? Sorry, I'm gonna look this up so I at least know what I'm looking at. Gunzeng, and I'm getting Enter the Gungeon for some reason. Okay, so it is the instrument that she usually carries around, which is this thing. I want to say it looks like a harpsichord, but a harpsichord probably looks nothing like this. String instrument that usually has to be put down on some sort of table. It is a gigantic thing to lug around, but I guess technically speaking, it's probably not worse than a guitar, though I feel like a guitar would be a lot lighter than this. This is bulky. This is bulky. So interesting though. Waiting for QJ Squad and Nagant Squad to show up story-wise. Right, wait, is QJ part of a different group? I don't think we've seen who's in QJ Squad. It might be, like, it's, again, probably in the journals, because it's probably always in the journals. Nagant Squad, I think it's just her and, who was with her last time? Nagant was with Ksenia. Nagant was with Ksenia in the Yohi event. QJ, Cheetah, Lind, and Tolo is still at Griffin. Oh, okay, so that's QJ's group. Okay, that I wasn't aware of. I wasn't aware they were even together. Although I guess they got shown in the trailer, but that has been. Okay, good to know. That's a weird group though. Oh yeah, they did show them in the trailer, and at least in the one that we just looked at. It did not connect with me that they were part of the same squad though. I thought they were just a group of friends, I guess you could say. I preferred Miss Zhaohu's Suona accompaniment. The solo near the end was quite stirring. Wait, Suona? Suona? What's a Suona? First a Guzeng and now a Suona. Suona instrument. Ah! This thing. This thing. I guess it's a mix of a flute and a trumpet? Kind of, sort of. Except unlike a trumpet, there aren't any, yeah, it's kind of like a flute because there's like little holes on top that you cover like you would with a flute. But it looks like a trumpet with a bell-shaped end. But also it reminds me of a vuvuzela. Does anyone remember what a vuvuzela looks like? The vuvuzela used to be a huge meme when it first showed up in the internet. But it's an actual instrument, I think, in South America, was it? I think it was in, at least in South Africa or something. Nagant is with Ksenia. Moza Nagant is with Papasha, both in security forces for some city in the green zone. Okay. And then we have Nikita, who's, I guess, going off in her own thing with with Mangi. works with Mangi and gets betrayed by Mangi. So I don't know what's going on there. And I guess, I don't know why I thought about this. MP5 Perry is not with Springfield. I think she's off in her own group also. She's probably with Thompson, but don't know what they're doing. They're doing crime as far as I know. Something black market crime. And she's becoming the best criminal she can possibly be. Good for her. The solo near the end was quite stirring. Upon hearing people praise them, Jangyu puffs up her chest with a smug look on her face. How's that, Commander? I did well, didn't I? Yes you did. My hands are actually sore from clapping. Too bad we couldn't do the complete show because Faye isn't here. If all of Monsoon were here and we had Faye to play the drums for us, we'd really bring the house down. Isn't that right, big sis? Xiaohu? Jiangyu merrily grabs Diane with one hand and Xiaohu with the other, placing herself between them. Yes, I hope Faye will be able to return soon. My dear sister's been rather listless while handling the drums without Faye around to be her sparring partner. Every member of Monsoon truly is indispensable. Diane smiles and squishes Jiangyu's cheeks. I'd squish other things besides her cheeks. In contrast, Xiaohu puts the Sirona away and silently takes a step away from the group. She's got to feel like the odd one out. Coffee eventually becomes part of the group once we sorted our issues. Vepley and Sharkry, well, Vepley has no thoughts in that head of hers, but she fits in just well. I guess Sharkry kinda also, but she doesn't seem to have a hard time adjusting. So, where was I? Yeah, okay. Putting away, Xiaohu scoots away because she's uncomfortable. That would depend on the circumstances. At times, removing an unnecessary cord improves the piece as a whole. What's that supposed to mean? Since when did Big Sis put unnecessary stuff into her work? There aren't any in Monsoon's compositions, but the same does not necessarily apply to others. Xiaohu shoots me a meaningful look. Wait, is that supposed to mean something? Huh? What do you mean others? You're just looking for a reason to slack off, aren't you? Big sis, see what she's doing. Jiangyu pouts in annoyance, but Xiaohu pays her no further heed, merely nodding to me in acknowledgement before leaving the group entirely. She finds a quiet corner and begins looking at her communications terminal. The lounge is warmly lit and full of life, yet this green figure seems to radiate an aura that deters others. Occasionally, curious dolls try to approach her, but in the end, they are driven out by Xiaohu's cold intensity. I should take this opportunity to speak to Xiaohu. After making up my mind, I begin heading toward her. However, right as I do, Xiaohu suddenly puts her terminal away and approaches me instead. Ooh, intimidating. Commander, are you free? There's something I'd like to discuss with you. Sure. Huh? Of course. In fact, I was just about to speak to you. Xiaohu raises an eyebrow, in surprise. I'll get right to it then. Commander, I would like to leave the Elmo for a while. Okay, are you taking everyone else with you? We kinda want them. Pardon? Pardon? Please don't get me wrong, this is purely a personal matter. A friend of mine needs my help with the commission, and I think that it's a good chance to consider the future. For you, me, and Monsoon Squad. Okay. Xiaohu's words take me completely by surprise. Still, she has a point. There's a good chance for her to take some time and consider the future of Monsoon Squad. By all means, I have no objections. Thank you, Commander. That's all I have to say. You said you wanted to speak to me? All the words I had in my mind seemed to lose all meaning in the face of Xiaohu's calm expression. Oh, Well, perhaps now's not the right time. It's nothing. We can talk about it when you get back. Since you're heading out, you should talk to your teammates about it. After giving up on the idea of having an in-depth conversation with Zhao Hu, I nod to her and leave the lounge. Zhao Hu watches Commander leave, then she turns her gaze to Jiang Yu and Diane, who are in the middle of a throng of dolls. Should she interrupt this lively gathering now? Zhao Hu wonders. However, Diane seems to sense Zhao Hu looking at her, and she soon exits the group to approach the ladder. Zhao Hu, what were you talking about with the commander just now? He was just saying hello. Was he? You seem rather subdued tonight for some reason. I guess she's a little bit different any other time. Are you still not used to this place? I apologize for not being considerate. It was my fault for asking you to come all this way. For you to come all the way out here with us. There is a worried look on Diane's face, as though she already knows what's weighing on Zhao Hu's heart. However, Zhao Hu dismisses it with a slight shake of her head. You don't have to apologize. We're a team, and it's only natural that we should travel together. Trusting in you was also a collective decision, and Faye would have come too if she were able. Where the heck is that girl anyway? Thank you. With that being said, would you like to meet some of my past friends? Miss Rosa mentioned she'd hoped tonight would help you get acquainted with everyone, but appears to have inconvenienced you instead. Zhao Yu shakes her head again. There's no need for that. We still have a lot of time. We don't have to rush things. Not in a hurry. After this roundabout refusal, the two of them briefly fall silent. Zhao Hu once again glances toward the center of the lounge, where Jiang Yu is happily discussing the finer points of her performance, with several of the Elmo dolls in a space that was cleared out for their show. She contemplates her words for a moment, then she speaks again. What do you plan to do after this? Will you stay on the Elmo? What if we plan to... Zhao Hu, are you saying you're not going to stay with us? I am simply unsure as to whether remaining here is the right choice. Monsoon Squad ought to be like the wind, should we not? Constantly on the move, constantly setting out on new travels. At the very least, that was what I believed when I first agreed to become leader. Zhao Hu. Hey, big sis. Zhao Hu, what's going on? You both look so serious. Let me in on it too. Upon seeing Diane and Zhao Hu whispering to each other, Jiang Yu immediately excuses herself and scampers over, inserting herself between the two of them. Jiang Yu, we're discussing Monsoon's future. Zhao Hu doesn't give Diane the chance to soften the blow. If we remain on the Elmo, then will Monsoon still be Monsoon? I want to know what you and Faye think about all this. I mean, I feel like the rest of the dolls just kind of want to get back with the commander anyway. Like, if they have the chance, sure. If they don't, they're just gonna do their thing like they've been doing this entire time. But I guess the wish is for them to always go back with the commander? Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? But then again, that could just be a convenience of the story. Of course we will. Monsoon's the same anywhere we go, right? No, wait, what are you talking about all this all of a sudden? And why did you bring Faye into this? What are you getting at, Zhao Hu? After her outburst, Jiang Yu glances over at Diane's frowning face, and understanding gradually dawns on her. Understanding gradually dawns on her, okay. Wait, are you saying you want to break up Monsoon? Jiang Yu's sudden exclamation draws a few curious looks from the nearby dolls. Don't let them hear about this. Don't let them hear about this. Jiangyu grabs Xiaoyu by the shoulder and starts shaking her, not daring to believe her ears, and I wanted to see this animated. That would be hilarious. Xiaoyu remains silent, neither nodding nor shaking her head. But why? We're a team, aren't we? Even if you're the leader, you can't decide to break us up just like that. Yes, Xiaoyu, even if you're not used to the Elmo. Calm down and listen to me. I didn't say I was going to break up Monsoon. Xiaoyu calmly raises her terminal and shows it to the two of them. I might be the squad leader, but I've never once felt that Monsoon's fate is mine to decide. I know that the Elmo and the commander have a place in your hearts, just as I know Monsoon has a place in ours. Therefore, what I put forward was merely a suggestion, one that requires Faye's involvement as well. Let me see. Jiangyu studies the terminal and finds the latest message in the squad's group chat. Where is Faye? I would like to decide on the future of Monsoon Squad's roster before I finish my commission. Huh? Wait, what commission? Did Monsoon Squad get a new commission? No, not Monsoon Squad, just me. I received a personal request from an old friend just now. Do you remember Amida? That name sounds familiar. Isn't she that broker friend of yours who saved you and helped fix up your frame? Indeed, she asked me to help bodyguard a friend of hers. I checked the location of the commission and it's located in a nearby city. It's just a few hours away by train. Oh, I mean, I guess we could also drop you off, but I guess we don't really have to drop you off. Huh? So you're going to run off by yourself to handle a commission? And you're leaving us here to what? Decide whether you're staying or going? Xiaoyu, do we even need to think about this? Jiangyu. Of course you do. Monsoon has never encountered a situation like this before, and I believe that we all need to take some time to think about it. In any case, I've already spoken to the commander about leaving the Elmo for the time being. I see. So that exchange just now was... Did the commander agree to it? Xiaoyu nods. Alright, I understand. Big sis. Jiangyu tugs unhappily on Diane's sleeve. But the latter merely nods. It seems she has accepted Xiaoyu's suggestion. In that case, how much time will we have to decide? Xiaoyu turns to look at Diane. Her expression seems much more composed in contrast to Diane's worried look and Jiangyu's scowling face. Not too long. The commission will be 2 weeks long. Pretty long, actually. But I'm assuming that counts travel time. I hope that when we meet again, we'll be able to make a decision that none of us will regret. And off she goes. Alright. Enemy units, Vepli and Groza? What the heck? Rather than trying to sweet talk the refugee, perhaps eliminated competition would be more efficient. But wait, why are they enemies? I'm hoping there's a simulation. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps echoes down the alley. Xiaoyu follows the address displayed on her terminal and turns the corner into yet another rundown alley. The already poor lighting is obscured further by the tall, crumbling walls around her, making the cramped alley appear even more oppressive. Are Ida and the Talia troop really located here? Xiaoyu comes to a halt when she eyes her surroundings in suspicion before checking the terminal again. It's a trap, as they say. However, the terminal indicates that the blinking icon on her destination is of her destination is close by. Well, looks like they are. Still, this commission of Amidas is really... 2 days ago on the Elmo again. Zhao Yu's terminal has been vibrating throughout the show. Upon noticing the name blinking on the screen, Zhao Yu quickly excuses herself and leaves. After finding a quiet corner, Zhao Yu takes a call. Okay, so that's probably what actually happened when they were talking after the performance. What's the matter, Amida?
Zhao Yu, you free? Can you help bodyguard a friend of mine? Her theater troupe is going on a tour in the Yellow Zone for a couple of weeks, but she's really been unlucky lately and keeps getting harassed by weirdos. So I'm a little worried. I wanted to hire a PMC squad to protect her, but she said the troupe couldn't afford to hire security. And they were worried that the security people would interfere with the performances because they don't know about show business. Plus, she said she didn't want me to pay and basically she just shut down all my suggestions. So I thought about who I knew that could fight and understood this theater stuff, and in the end, only you came to mind.
But if she won't accept bodyguards, then how am I supposed to protect her?
I got a brilliant plan. Just say you're a friend of mine and that you want to join your troupe as an assistant to gain some performance experience. She's a nice person. I'm sure she'll say yes if she hears that a friend needs help.
I didn't say I was free to take the commission. I guess also Zhao Yu is a little bit prickly even to other people, not just us.
But you answered me. That means you're definitely open to it. Her name is Ida. This is where she and her troupe are staying for the time being. Please help me out. I'll pay you for this.
You don't have to. It'll be doing you a favor. After ensuring that the address is correct, Zhao Yu heads to the depths of the twisted alley. Just then, a scream comes from within. A random scream comes within. Aye! Aye! The panic shriek seems especially loud in the dark confines of the alley. Zhao Yu breaks into a sprint as she runs toward the source of the sound. But then she sees a dark shape suddenly burst out of the shadow and dart past her. Okay, there is something weird going on. I'm not sure what that is. Help! He took my bag! Stop him! Before the voice finished speaking, Zhao Yu has already turned around and is hot on the heels of the robber. The robber clearly doesn't expect Zhao Yu to catch up so soon and pulls out a knife, swinging it wildly at her. Zhao Yu nimbly evades the slashing knife and kicks it away before grabbing the robber's arm with lightning speed. With a quick reversal of her grip to take him off his feet, she slams him to the ground and pins him there. Gag! Ow, that hurts! I'm guessing that's gonna be the standard grungy bad guy NPC from now on, because we've definitely seen that NPC in several places already. Zhao Yu ignores the robber's cries of pain and unwinds a cloth from her arm, using it to hog-tie the man. After that, she picks up the bag the robber was holding and heads back into the depths of the alley. There is a boy who is struggling to get to his feet. A hat lies before him on the dusty alley ground. Zhao Yu walks up to him, then picks up the hat before stuffing it and the bag into the boy's hand. Here, your things. This is a boy. I guess a teenager would still count as a boy per se, but this is not what I had in mind when I saw this. Unfamiliar young man ? In what looks like to be a hobo clothes. Yes. The boy is clearly still shocked as he humbly accepts his belongings from her. Zhao Yu gently pats his shoulder like he's trying to console him. It's okay, just catch your breath. I'll contact the police. They'll send someone over to take care of this soon. Thank you. After hugging his bag and panting heavily for a bit, the boy finally manages to calm down. He stands up, dusts himself off, and puts his hat back on his head before bowing slightly to Zhao Hu. Thank you. Thank you very much for your help just now. In stark contrast to his tatty clothes, okay, so they do mention it. The boy's voice is clear and compelling. Wait, clear and compelling. Would you happen to be part of the music troupe that we're supposed to be helping out? Don't worry about it. It was nothing. Still, why did you come here by yourself? Do you live here? I guess sort of. The truth here is I came here to collect inspiration. I'm from an acting troupe. We have a play in which we're going to perform while doing a charity tour in the Yellow Zone. But my gut told me that there was room for improvement, so I asked everyone in the troupe to come here to take in the surroundings so we could understand the audience better. See, I look just like a Yellow Zoner, right? Well, you do look like the Yellow Zone residents I've seen before. Is that fashion, or are you actually from the Yellow Zone? See? Everyone in the troupe was saying that this outfit was perfect for the female lead to wear while traveling in the Yellow Zone. The female lead? Zhao Yu scans the boy again. Yep, our play is about two girls becoming friends and adventuring in various parts of the world. No, what I want to ask is, you're a girl? With a flat chest like that? With a flat chest that looks almost exposed? Like that? The boy blinks, then reaches up to his hat. She removes it, and a shock of soft... A shock? Oh yeah, I guess it says a shock. A shock of soft combed hair spills out as she laughs merrily. Except we don't really see it. We don't see it. Honestly, this could also pass as a guy. Various things here. Assuming this doesn't get reused too often in the future. Flat chest. Holy crap. Low hanging U-cut on the shirt because tatty. But also this facial structure I think is also in Girls Frontline 1. Some guys do have this facial structure in Girls Frontline 1. Entirely possible. Usually a shock of hair means more like a single lock or something. Really? I don't think I've ever heard the phrase shock of hair in general. When I think of a shock of hair, I'm thinking like a lot of hair. But clearly that's not what it means in this case, so yeah. Yep, 100% girl right here. Looks like my immersive style cultural inspiration was a great success. Immersive style. I don't know what that means. This outfit might look raggedy and all, but it's our actual stage costume. I'm wearing this so I can get into character more easily. Still, I didn't expect to get robbed even though I look so destitute. Just my luck, I guess. It's probably your bag. People see something that looks like they could get some money out of it and they will grab it. Regardless of what your social class is. Although when you think about it, it's quite common for people in these areas to get robbed too. Maybe I should try and work this part into the script as well. The girl pulls out her terminal and quickly notes it down. The girl's panic from just now seems to fade as she gets more and more into her immersive cultural inspiration. It is only when she finally finishes making her notes that she realizes there is someone beside her, waiting patiently. I'm sorry, I ended up getting carried away and babbling nonsense. You must have been bored, right? I mean, thank you very much for what you did just now. I'm an actress from the Talia group. May I know who you are, I guess? There's immersive in this posing. I actually can't tell. Hello, I'm Zhao Hu. Zhao Yu holds out her hand, a faint, slightly rigid curve tugging at the corners of her lips. Do you know perhaps Miss Ida of the Talia troupe? Eh? This is probably Talia. And that's what happened, manager. What do you think of Miss Zhao Hu? Can she join us? She comes highly recommended by that broker friend of mine. After returning to the troop's temporary quarters, the girl explains Zhao Hu's circumstances to the troop manager. The manager gives Zhao Hu's CV a once-over and is very pleased by it. I think she has an actual background in show business, though I don't know what she actually. Oh no, she plays the flute trumpet thing in the group. Right. Oh wow, we actually get faceless mobs. Interesting, and this faceless mob actually has a visible chest, unlike the other girl that we just talked to. I didn't expect you to be a doll with both stage and combat experience, Miss Zhao Hu. Well, the combat experience came from the broker. I'm assuming the broker installed the firing core in her. The stage experience, I think that's... Where did you get that? Is that broker friend of yours who's vouching for her the one who burst into tears while watching our previous show? If I'm not wrong, her name sounded like yours. Something... Duh? That's her name. Yes, her name is Amida. Oh, wait. She might be small, but she's a big figure in the underground broker business. Never heard of her. I only know Polonichta and Saja. Those are the only ones I know. Amida, never heard of her. Yes, I remember now. The contamination zones really do breed talented people. The manager looks at Zhao Hu. To be honest, we're really hurting for manpower for this tour. Anyone with plenty of experience and who can handle many roles is more than welcome to join us, dull or otherwise. However, there's a charity tour in the contamination zones. We won't be making much in the way of fees, and the troop budget is... well, your salary might be... The manager smiles bitterly. It's alright, I'm here to get experience. Being paid for it is secondary. I'm glad that doesn't bother you. So is that a yes, manager? Of course. Frankly speaking, I need to thank you for joining us on such short notice, Miss Zhao Hu. The troop manager looks at Zhao Hu and holds out a welcoming hand. Do you not think this is a little bit too convenient? Like for her to come here randomly? But. I guess the recommendation came from the broker, and said broker told said friend, and said girl went to where they might be. So I guess it's not that convenient. Convenient for them, but not unusual. Taking experience as payment is almost as bad as being paid in exposure. Yeah, honestly. But I'm now reminded about all the freaking internships that don't pay anything. It's the same thing. It's the same thing. I've like, I don't know if that's normal in other countries, but there's a lot of bad business practices in not business practices. I guess it's technically a business practice, but there's a lot of bad employment practices in the US that we just kind of think as normal, but it definitely could be a lot better. Definitely could be a lot better. That's how the US is, and I totally... Well, I guess as long as you get a good boss, it's not terrible. But still, good bosses are sometimes hard to get. Yeah. Glad to have you with us, Ms. Zhao Hu. The Talia troop welcomes you. Beside the manager, Ida laughs and pats Zhao Hu on the shoulder. They are upfront about why they're doing that, and reasonable at least. Probably wouldn't accept these from Corpos? Wait, which one are we talking about? the game or real life? Yep. We'll be traveling buddies going forward, Ms. Zhao Hu. Oh, they are upfront about the unpaid internships? Probably. True. Okay, I need all the AoE I can get. Unpaid internship that asks for years of relevant experience despite being entry level. Saw a few of them over the years. I have heard stories about that. in my profession, that doesn't really exist because my profession requires licensing. And if you don't have the license, that's basically as good as no experience, because it is very rigid with that kind of requirement. Because it's what do you call it? It's like a regulatory requirement. So if you don't have that, you technically don't have the experience anyway. Wait, where am I supposed to go? Oh, there's 2 more enemies over there. I did not see you. But I guess with most office jobs and business jobs, yeah, horror stories from those are aplenty. Super plenty. And so whenever I hear some of these really bad business practices, especially with employment and stuff like that, I'm kind of thankful I'm in a field that doesn't really engage in that kind of thing. There are still bad little spots even in my field, but for the most part, it's structured. It is well regulated as far as experience and stuff like that. So asking for 10 years of development experience, let's say in in a dev role, when the technology isn't even 1 year out, that doesn't happen to me. I assume in tech it is rampant and super ridiculous as far as the requirements go. I did try to get into tech at one point, but because of the shenanigans that they try to pull for the requirements and what they expect you to know, even though at least if you have some experience for programming and software development or just any development, it's pretty easy to pick up on the go. They expect you to like what do you call this? They expect you to run on your very first day you get there with basically no prompting is what I'm understanding from the rest of the development acquaintances I have. So yeah. So I guess that 6-month boot camp course I took for web development technically, amounts to nothing for people like that, because what they care is portfolio. Hey, do you have that 5-10 year experience even though you've only been in the shortly graduated from your boot camp? No? Okay, we don't want to talk to you. And so I don't really care about them anymore. In that case, I might as well just be a game dev, an indie game dev, which I don't have time for, but I would like to do it one day. That is a nice thing about a state job. At least you have clearer standards. Yep. State jobs, science, medicine in general. If you're in the medical field, guys, they don't care about all the BS nonsense that the non-medical field people or non-science people tend to have. Medical field is super stable and super clear-cut on what you need. If you don't have the degree, if you don't have the certifications or license, you can't get the job because you need that 100%. There are some different fields in medicine though where you do need specific experience, and if you don't have that experience, it's kind of a coin flip whether or not they're willing to give it to you. If they're willing to give it to you, great. If not, go somewhere else who that's willing to do it, because getting experience in said processes and technologies in medicine is very hard, because you cannot do that at home. You cannot practice that stuff at home. You have to practice it in the field. So that's kind of what I had to do when I took this new job. This is my phase of getting new experience, because I can't get it anywhere else. Saw a post that straight up said, this is an entry position, not a 9 to 5. This is not a position to think about work-life balance. This is a position for ambitious and hardworking people. That is a red flag. To me, that is a red flag. And someone who, what do you call this? Someone who values their work-life balance as well as personal time, especially personal time, I would not want to do that. Because they're gonna make you do like 100 hours of overtime a month if they can get away with it. Is it gonna be paid? If you're in the Western world, yeah, probably. Unless it's salary, then it's unpaid. Then it's unpaid. So don't take those jobs if you're gonna be expected like 100 hours of overtime and you're on salary. Yikes. Don't. At least it's not like Japan where you are expected to have overtime, regardless of the job you have. Unless you somehow land a international company or like a really well run company that actually respects people's private lives. But then again, different standards, different places. I think the ones with the most worker-friendly standards is probably going to be in Europe, but Europe has its own other problems. So like, yeah, okay, work-life balance, very good in Europe. You do get a lot of vacation time also, but pay and maybe the work environment, that's a whole different story that I don't really know much about. But yeah, we're not going to talk about that. But it's the comparisons are like pick your own poison kind of thing, it feels like. Anyway, back to this. Where the heck are we? This looks like a slum. The Talia troops convoy pulls slowly into the settlement and comes to a halt amidst loud cheering. Wait, this is the yellow zone. So I guess everything in the yellow zone is practically a slum. A vehicle door opens and the troop dismounts, depositing huge crates on a patch of open ground. The girl at their head gives everyone present a breezy greeting. The wrinkles between Zhao Yu's eyebrows soften a little as she takes in the boisterous crowd outside. She drags a couple of heavy crates along the heavy crates from the cargo bed and follows after the girl. I mean, I guess she could handle that. She is a doll, stronger than most people anyway. But not all dolls have the horsepower that Vepli has for some odd reason. For some odd reason, Vepli has a lot of strength that doesn't translate into the game. Where are we putting these crates? Just put them beside the advertising billboards for now. Zhao Yu, those crates are kind of heavy, aren't they? You should let the props and department move them. Wait, do you have dolls in your troop that also carry stuff? That's alright, it's no trouble for me. As she says so, Zhao Yu hoists the crate into a large circular clearing that's ringed by a fence of wooden posts and an old rope. All idols should be able to carry 5 tons of weight on each arm. Wait, Sharkry would disagree with that. Shark would say no. I do not want to carry such weight. I don't think Yohi can actually carry that weight either. But then again, she's not known to do that kind of thing. I guess she's known for her dancing more than anything else. But Vepli is an exception. That's why Vepli is a superior idol. Yeah. You can say that. Vepli mod 3 when, so that her strength stat actually goes up like crazy. She lays the crates in the center of the space reserved for the stage and bends down to straighten up a bunch of simple looking billboards. Said billboards were made just for the show. Their pitted surfaces are covered in huge eye-catching letters. The Daybreak's Oath play is now on tour. As she sees what Zhao Yu is doing, the girl laughs and heads over to help. You're way too nice. While we took you on as assistant, you ended up doubling as an escort and took out all those elids too. That must have been hard. You don't need to take on all these other tasks as well. Not at all. I'm helping myself by doing that too. There aren't many troops out there who would welcome doll assistance, and I'd like more experience myself. Don't say that. You know the state our troops in? We're lucky enough to have people wanting to help out. We don't have the right to be picky. By human standards, at least even dolls like Yoi can probably be strong. Yeah, your regular doll is definitely gonna be stronger than any human. I feel like even Ribby Rolls is probably going to be stronger than a regular human. Oh, thank you for the tip. Thank you. Speaking of which, are you trying to build up this experience because of that band of yours? I remember Amida saying something about a monsoon or something. Alright, have a good night, GNG. See you later. What a nice name. Going wherever you like, or where you please like the wind. You must have been to a lot of places in the past, right? Zhao Yu's hand frees mid-movement, but only for a moment. Have they actually been? Yes, we've been to many satellite cities. So you get to travel and perform with your friends. I'm so envious. Ida smiles and then sighs quietly. For some reason, there's a hint of sadness in her expression. Miss Ida? Is something wrong? Miss Ida, aren't you traveling with a troupe too? Yeah, everyone here is a friend of mine, but there are times when I wish I had a closer friend around. Well, let's leave that aside for now. I suddenly remember that it's going to be a while before rehearsals. So could you do me a favor, Miss Xiaohu? What do you need? Ida pulls a copy of the scribbing and her comm terminal from her bag. Well, I heard one of the residents say there was an abandoned town around here, not far from our camp. Could you accompany me there? I'd like to take this opportunity to gather more inspiration about the Yellow Zone. I'm sure the manager and the others will feel better with you around, right, manager? Ida waves to the manager, who's fairly close by. After seeing her sunny smile, the manager had no choice but to wave back. Go ahead, but don't take too long and stay safe. I'll be fine with Miss Xiaohu around, don't worry. Let's head out then, Miss Xiaohu. Our jeep is this way. Follow me. Okay, so this entire event is basically Xiaohu doing her thing by herself. What it seems like. Because no one else is around. Or at least so far, it's just her by herself. At least trying to get her mind... Trying to get her mind, in gear. I guess end action? Oh, crap. Can I toss it all the way there? That'll do. Screech! Except it doesn't do that. In keeping with Ida's request, Xiaohu brings a jeep to a halt on the streets of the abandoned town. The moment it stops, Ida practically bursts out the door and runs over to stand in front of a cluster of ruined buildings. Now these look pretty intact. The walls of the site collapsed and the pipes are rusted all through. Still, they make a good reference. Along with the abandoned cabling here, I should get footage of the cracks on the walls too. Ida holds her terminal up and begins recording her surroundings as she walks forward. What a shame. This town is completely ruined. I wonder why. Elids, collapsed radiation, Viegers, take your pick. A combination of all three. Xiaoyu keeps a watchful eye on the surroundings as she walks behind Ida. Still, I can see old signs of a firefight. Perhaps the residents fought Viegers here. I see. Those Viegers really are everywhere, aren't they? Looks like you need to know how to defend yourself when traveling the Yellow Zones. Ida's mood turns morose all of a sudden. However, she soon perks up and begins rattling off questions while filming her surroundings. Miss Xiaohu, since you travel with your friends all the time, you must have passed through the Yellow Zones quite often, right? Are your friends as awesome as you are? Yeah, I guess you could say so. Yes, they're skilled at both fighting and performing. Wow, that's amazing. Then, are they on tour recently? Why didn't they come with you? The sudden question about why she has parted ways with her friends catches Xiaohu off guard and she lapses into silence. After thinking about her answer for a bit, Xiaohu is about to speak when she hears a suspicious sound. Footsteps on a paved road and the sound of an unfamiliar male voice speaking. Didn't you say you saw a woman that left the troop with her friend? Where the hell is she? Search harder! There are jeeps by the side of the road. They can't have gotten far. Oh, dang, kidnappers. Before Ida can react, Xiaoyu grabs her hand and ducks behind a nearby wall with her. Xiaoyu looks at Ida in the eye, then shakes her head and speaks in a quiet voice. Shh, we're being followed. What? I don't know who they are, but it seems they're gunning for you. There are two of them. Are these the same people that from the alleyway? Because they seem to be going after her, like, really, really intently. Wait, me? Ida's body begins to tremble. Sensing Ida's fear, Xiaoyu gently but firmly presses down on her shoulder. Ida, have you ever seen an upside-down tortoise? Their little legs fling in the air as they try to get upright. What? Stay here and don't move. I'll show you now. Right as she finishes speaking, Xiaoyu springs out of cover. The green flash, her bullets, and her blades streak through the air toward the two men peering into rubble. They are instantly thrown into disarray and stumble back to the ruined walls, completely off balance. The fuck are you running for? Shoot her! She's just one girl! They're too fast! I can't even... Yeah, don't mess with dolls. A green-colored flash interrupts his reply with a kick, and his attempt at striking back is cut off by an emerald knife hand strike. The leading man goes down and Xiaoyu steps in to fill the gap. Green-tinted knife slices through the air in front of the other man, cutting off his escape and cornering him in an instant. In less time than it takes to draw a breath, the knife's edge presses against the man's throat, and Xiaoyu speaks coldly. Freeze. Using ropes from their jeep, Xiaoyu trusses them up like turkeys and leaves them tied up upside down by the roadside. I see, so that's the upside down turtle thing. She then dusts off her hands before lightly clapping a hand on Ida's shoulder. See? Upside down tortoises. Won't be winning any races with bunnies, that's for sure. The bound men are struggling and appear to be trying to speak, but their gags prevent them from doing so. All they can manage are muffled vocalizations. Yeah, considering the trouble that she just recently got herself into, if Xiaoyu wasn't here, this girl would have been kidnapped ages ago because she also seems to be very unaware of her surroundings. Yeah, broke, but you definitely need security when you're coming into this place. As Ida watches them squirm in their bonds, the tension finally leaks from her and she laughs. I feel much better now. Thank you, Xiaoyu. You're welcome. Still, who are these people? Why would they go after you? I don't know. Ida bites her lip and shakes her head. Upon seeing that Ida is completely clueless, Xiaoyu walks up and pulls out the gag from one of them. Why are you following Ida? Who sent you? Our employer told us to follow the lead actress of the troupe. We're just doing this because we were paid. We don't know anything. Who hired you? It was an anonymous request made through the underground markets. How the hell would we know? Why don't you ask this chick who would have a grudge against her? The chick who would have a grudge against her? The man's answer is direct and to the point. Xiaoyu turns to look at Ida. Well, Ida? A grudge against me? Ida clenches her fist and thinks for a bit, but then she shakes her head. I'm sorry, Miss Xiaoyu, I can't think of anyone. Could they be going after the troupe? I mean, I'm their lead actress. Xiaoyu falls silent for a moment and turns back to the bound men, her knife raised. However, just as Xiaoyu is about to bring it to their necks, Ida suddenly steps and tugs on Xiaoyu. Miss Xiaoyu, please wait. Xiaoyu frowns. Ida tightens her grip around Xiaoyu's arm and shakes her head worriedly. You won't learn anything even if you keep questioning them, right? The show hasn't even started yet and the troupe will have to stay here for a while. If we end up offending someone now... Alright, understand. Xiaoyu swipes her knife through the air one more time before returning it to its sheath. The ropes binding the men come apart, and the two upside-down tortoises fall heavily to the ground. Zalhyu leans against the two men's jeep and icily watches the two men trying to free themselves. I'm letting you go because Ida pleaded for you. Don't let me see you again. Yes, ma'am. The two suspicious-looking men quickly drive away under Zalhyu's watchful gaze. As she watches them leave, Ida bows to Zalhyu. I'm sorry, Miss Zalhyu. I didn't mean to stop you from looking into things just now. No need to apologize. I understand. The troupe doesn't need distractions before the show begins. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. So, I have another imposition to make. Imposition or proposition? Which one is it? I don't know what an imposition is. Ida puts her hands together and bows slightly to Zalhyu. Could you please not tell the others about this? I don't want the others to worry about me. But they should. They should, because you got yourself into trouble. Please. Please, Miss Zalhyu, please. In the end, Ida's sincere plea triumphs over Zalhyu. You're too soft. Alright, I'll keep quiet about this. But if anything comes up that disturbs the show, I'll tell the troupe the truth. Yeah, that's fine. It's a deal then. Thanks, Miss Zalhyu. Oh, yeah, we should head back to our camp. Rehearsal ought to be starting soon, and we've spent enough time out here as it is. Ida hurries over to the jeep parked nearby. Zalhyu jogs after her, but she casts her eye into the distance, toward the direction of the men's vehicle. I guess it should be pretty far. Shark-ray jump scare. I forgot we haven't finished that thing. Alright, next one. Night falls, and the troop campsite, which was bustling with activity during the day, has calmed down as everyone retires to their quarters to rest. However, Zalhyu is quietly opening the door to her quarters. After quickly turning around outside and ensuring everything is normal, she surreptitiously drives away from the campsite. Her jeep races over the wilderness toward the abandoned town Zalhyu and Ida had visited in the day for their cultural inspiration. I feel like you shouldn't call it cultural inspiration. That just sounds really insulting for some reason. She parks outside the town, then dismounts before examining her surroundings in the ground. Vroom, vroom. The two of them left from here. These tire tracks look new, and they match the model of their jeep and the direction they took to leave. Oh, okay, so I think I misunderstood the situation. She just kind of went back to where they were earlier. Okay. I guess you want to investigate a little bit more into this? That's right, these are the tracks. She follows a somewhat distinct tire tracks, the jeep turning here and there, stopping and starting again. Finally, Zalhyu comes to a halt outside a secluded valley. Okay, I know she's just trying to get to the bottom of things. I feel like there's a little bit above her pay grade as a bodyguard? Or maybe there's just part of her services, I don't know. Before her are dozens of vehicle tracks, all leading toward the valley's mouth. What's going on here? Zalhyu parks her jeep in a secluded corner and cautiously approaches the mouth of the valley. She looks for a good vantage point, which she can use to peer deeper within. At its floor, she sees several rows of dilapidated houses. Their lights illuminate the valley and the vehicles of various makes driving through it, as well as the people patrolling beside them. It's a camp. Even from afar, their unique style of dress instantly tells Zalhyu who they are. Vaegers? Zalhyu frowns. Of course it's Vaegers. Who else could it be? The Vaegers are endemic to the Yellow Zone, so finding one of their bases isn't exactly out of the ordinary. However, the men she caught earlier today didn't seem like Vaegers. So, what's exactly going on here? Just as Zalhyu sinks into thought, she hears a sound from nearby. We found it. Over here. Zhao Yu quickly ducks behind a pile of rocks and looks at the source of the sound. A pair of figures walk through the night. The one in front appears to be a girl, and the one behind is wearing a huge coat. Manager, are you part of this? Why would you be a part of this? Manager? There seems to be something familiar about them. Zhao Yu ups the output of her visual modules, but just as she's about to study them in more detail, they suddenly turn toward her. Oh! She got found out. Look out! There's someone up ahead! The speaker opens fire, and the bullet kicks up a spray of sand at Zhao Yu's feet. The girl is already running toward her. Zhao Yu ducks behind a nearby wall. The fact they have managed to spot her so easily is a clear sign that they aren't ordinary people. And normally picking a 1 on 2 fight would not be wise. However, if the one in the back is someone important, taking them out might be a good idea too. Upon making up her mind, Zhao Yu bursts out from behind a pile of rocks and throws her grapple rope? Or is it grapple rope or is it grappling rope? I've always called it a grappling rope. Grapple rope out at the coated figure. Look out! The girl immediately turns to cover Zhao Yu's target, but she can't swat the grapple away in time. The coated figure executes a combat roll and evades the thrown spike. Ooh, they got combat experience. However, Zhao Yu has already launched herself forward by now. Commander! Another burst of bullets dogs Zhao Yu's steps, drowning out the girl's words. Zhao Yu evades them with a rapid dash, and her hand tightens around her knife as she leaps forward again. Wait, is the commander just here randomly? The blade slashes through the fabric of the coat, and the light reflecting from the blade's knife illuminates its wearer's face. Commander? What are you doing here? Zhao Yu? Well, that's a big coinkydink. Well, we weren't expecting to meet you here. After a little scuffle, I explained the reason why we're here to Zhao Yu. So you're saying that you're here to investigate Viager activity in the region? Indeed. The Elmo recently got a commission to track down these Viagers. You wouldn't have known because Groza and I set out a little after you. According to Brief, this particular band has been going all out with killing, looting, and burning. And a few broker friends of mine have reported losing stock to them as well. They're very familiar with the terrain, and we only just managed to find their base today. But enough about us. What about you, Zhao Yu? I suppose someone as capable as you must think nothing of coming to a Viager stronghold by yourself so late at night. It was merely coincidence I ended up here. I didn't expect that the Viagers would have their eye on my client. Seriously? Who is this client of yours anyway? She's an actress. Her troupe just arrived in the settlement yesterday and they're preparing for a show. I have no idea why the Viagers would go after her. Perhaps it's just a misunderstanding. After all, they're a performing troupe in the Green Zone, so perhaps they appear like plump sheep to these hungry wolves? I see. She's only arrived yesterday and people already have her on her sights. Their sights on her. It's quite surprising just how eager the Viagers are about all this. What do you plan to do now, Commander? Are you going to wipe out this stronghold? I'm not in a hurry to do so. My assignment was to conduct a discreet investigation, so in principle I'm just supposed to remotely observe them. The important thing is to get a feel for their overall situation, so I won't be making contact with them or entering their hideouts unless I have to. And besides, it seems these Viagers have some kind of a boss in charge of them. They have more than one base, so sniffing them all out is going to take a while. What a pain. Zhao Yu thinks for a while. A moment later, she looks up at me. In that case, I have a proposition, Commander. Not an imposition this time. Go ahead. At first, I thought this was just an ordinary case of someone trying to intimidate my client. But things are clearly not that simple since the situation involves Viagers. After taking in consideration the troop's safety and the secret investigation you're conducting, would you be willing to join the troop protection mission for the time being and work with me? So the troop serves as both bait and a cover for our investigation. It does sound like a win-win situation. Yes, also if anything happens, the client of the troop will be safer with you and Miss Groza around. I don't mind, but the client of the troop on the other hand... I'll speak with them about it. However, the troop funds are limited and they probably won't be able to pay you too well. There's no need for that. We're both making use of each other here, and besides, Monsoon has done their fair share of free labor for me too. Are you happy with that, Leader Xiaohu? I chuckle and extend a friendly hand to Xiaohu. She is silent for a moment, and then she extends her hand to me, one that's covered in scars. That's strange. Since when was Xiaohu such a miser? Fixing this level of synthetic skin damage shouldn't cost that much. Before I can ask further, Xiaohu nods to me. Glad to be working with you, Commander. Wait. I guess Dal would have scars if they didn't fix themselves up. That would make sense, because we have dolls that also have scars, or at least we used to have dolls that had scars. I'm looking at you, UMP9 and 45. Let's see. Alright. How are they spread out?
了解
Guess we can put them right here. That's a little too close. Move the scout shit a little bit. I should take most of them out.
分かった
Eliminate 2 units. Eliminate a lot of units in one go. Yeah, 9 did the self-inflicted scar to look like 45 for whatever reason. I forgot the exact story for that one, but I think that was the reason to be like 45, so they can be like sisters and stuff like that. After returning to the campsite the next day, Xiaohu introduces me and Groza to the troop. Just in case, I have a set of credentials ready to prove my identity. However, it seems my concerns were unfounded. Once we reveal that there is a Viagra camp nearby, Xiaoyu has no problems at all convincing the manager to take us on. Soon the troop has freed up temporary bunking space for me and Groza, while Aida has cheerfully taken it upon herself to show us around. Okay, so I mean, I guess you don't need a whole lot of people for this if you're just doing an investigation. So it would just be her, it would just be Groza and the commander, and the rest of the dolls are on the Elmo. It's not like we're in a life or death situation all the time. Technically, this is a life or death situation, but not that dire. Over here, please, this way. After leading us to our quarters, Aida quickly shows us around the facilities and briefs Groza about the group's activities. In any case, that's our performance schedule. If you guys need anything, feel free to look for me or the manager. Thank you, Miss Aida. You're welcome to look us up anytime too. After briefing us, Aida doesn't leave right away. Instead, she ends up gawking at Xiaohu, who is standing by my side. Xiaohu notices Aida's gaze and walks over to her. Aida grabs Xiaohu and pulls her aside before whispering into her ear. Miss Xiaohu, they seem pretty skilled, but that bounty hunters... Xiaohu looks toward me from a distance. He's a reliable friend of mine. There was something fishy about that attack yesterday, so I asked him to come and help us out. I see. Alright then. Still, about that attack from yesterday. Don't worry, I didn't tell the manager about it. Aida visibly relaxes and she bows to Xiaohu in gratitude. Thank you so much. I don't know how to show it, but I'm really very grateful to you. Think nothing of it. For safety's sake, I would recommend you leave the campsite as little as possible. Sure, I won't go far. Watch her go very far. Ida leaves the room after nodding gratefully to Zhao Hu. After she leaves, I smile and approach Zhao Hu. Well, that's the leader of Monsoon for you. I'm sure Diane and the others must have had a much easier time on their travels with you. Zhao Hu turns as she hears my voice. Just doing my job as a leader. Is something the matter, Commander? Something's bothering me. It seems Miss Ida doesn't understand the true identity of her attackers. That does not seem to concern your mission, Commander. I don't mean to pry, of course. That was just a reminder. Rather than quibble about that, I have a suggestion. This settlement seems quite lively. Would you like to walk around it with me and get a picture of what's happening on the ground? Alright. After leaving the troop campsite, which is still under construction, Zhao Hu and I walk down the streets of the settlement. The roads are covered in sand and gravel. The houses are run down. The people are all poor. Settlements like these are everywhere in the yellow zones. The sole difference is that the one we're staying in is fairly large, which is most likely why the troop chose to base themselves here. Still, the livelier settlement is, the more likely it is to draw the Vayeger's attention. I turn my eyes outside the settlement as the thought crossed my mind. Piles of rock and drifts of sand hide the land and the sky in the distance, but I know that there is a lurking threat hidden in the distant valley. Just as I'm about to head outside the settlement, Zhao Hu comes to a halt. Commander. Huh? Why'd you ask me to go with you? If this is meant to be a secret investigation, there's a chance that secrecy could be breached. We're working together on this assignment after all. It's better that we interact and get to know each other. Also, things in the yellow zone can be pretty complicated. And I'm empty-handed right now. I'd feel better with a certain squad leader by my side. According to what I know of you, Commander, dealing with over 10 Vayegers by yourself, even without a doll squad backing you up, should be child's play for you. Besides, you have Miss Groza too. 10v1 and the Commander. Sure, I guess. But it would still be better with a doll than without. Indeed, which is why this is only part of the reason. The other reason is you, Zhao Hu. The truth is, there was something I wanted to discuss with you on the day Monsoon had their concert. Unfortunately, we didn't get the chance to do so. That day. Yes, it was unfortunate we could not speak. What do you wish to talk about, Commander? Monsoon and the Elmo. I know that you're a leader of the Monsoon squad and you're not part of the Elmo. It's not easy for a gust of wind that's used to freedom to have suddenly accept a new environment. I am grateful for the fact that you were willing to stay with the Elmo for the sake of Diane and the others. They are my friends. Yes, and you are a good leader. That much goes without saying. But even though you're their leader, I can sense that you're changing too. Right now, the way you're talking to me is completely different from when Monsoon first came to help me. We bounty hunters have keen noses, so feel free to talk about anything you want with me. And now, a little bit of distrust. Zhao Hu does not answer. Or perhaps we could discuss it with Monsoon if you think it would be better that way. It won't take long for them to come here from the Elmo, and there'll be extra hands for the commission. Zhao Hu remains silent, her face still blank. According to Jiang Yu, her facial actuators were damaged in combat, and as a result, she does not show much in the way of facial expressions. But sometimes this poker face of hers is the perfect camouflage for her feelings. Oh, wait, so she can't actually show emotion as much, as opposed to Vector, who's like basically just gloomy. But I mean, I feel like Zhao Hu shows enough emotion by scrunching up her face, looking like she doesn't trust us. I look straight at Zhao Hu, silently waiting for her to answer. Just then, I hear the sounds of an argument from a nearby hovel up ahead. It's not like that. Listen to me. Those letters I sent were just... Listen to how you... If not for you, Ferris wouldn't have... No, Ferris, Look, just listen. For some reason, the pleading girl's voice sounds strangely familiar. Oh, never mind, there was a girl there. Zhao and I exchanged looks. We nod, then take cover nearby. Enough of this bullshit. You think I'm gonna buy that goody two-shoes act? It's all because of you. No, I really didn't. Know that you're someone like this because of you. Stop pretending already. Get lost. Get out of here. It's probably Ida. The argument doesn't last long. Soon, the owner of the nasty voice departs, leaving behind the sound of quiet sobbing. It lasts for a while before gradually tapering off. Then a familiar figure steps out from behind the wall. It is Ida, knew it, the lead actress of the Talia troupe. I guess the other reason why they came here is because she knew people from this area. She rubs her tears away as she walks. Her clothes are dusty and her hair is a little mussed, probably from a scuffle just now. Zhao frowns and prepares to stand, but I put a hand on her shoulder and gently shake my head. Don't go right now. It might be a personal matter for Ida. Zhao doesn't answer, but she doesn't move either. It is only when Ida leaves that I loosen my grip and let her rise. As expected, Zhao doesn't go after Ida. Instead, she fixes me with a cold look. Why did you stop me just now, Commander? If this is a personal matter for Ida, butting in rashly would only make things awkward for her. The troupe is about to put on their show. It would be better to figure things out and then ask Ida about it later, rather than incur any unnecessary trouble. This isn't the first time Ida's encountered something like this. That dispute just now was very intense. If that man keeps bothering Ida, it might end up affecting the show. We still don't know the full picture yet. Barging in thoughtlessly might only end up making things worse. In the contamination zones, there are times when minding your own business is not a bad thing. That's what Ida wants too, isn't it? Zhao frowns. Minding my own business. So this is minding your own business to you, Commander. I see. Zhao expression doesn't change, but I can hear a hint of disappointment in her voice. However, there's the most sensible choice right now. If Ida objects, I will not pursue the matter for now. But if it affects the upcoming play, I will not remain silent. In any case, I'll look around the area alone for now. I can handle things here by myself. You should head back to the campsite, Commander. It seems Zhao has made up her mind. I sighed and turned to leave. We'll discuss it after she settles down. By the time I return to the troops' campsite, the stage at its center has begun to take shape. A group of people are gathered around it, and Ida seems to be in their midst. As they approach, Groza turns to me from where she is standing on the edge of the crowd. Commander? What's going on here? Miss Ida's rehearsing. Apparently there was a recent revision to a certain scene. I look at the heart of the crowd. While this is just a scene rehearsal, Ida is completely into it. There's no sign of the tears she shed just now. Shortly afterwards, Zhao enters the campsite too. Ida is still performing, so Zhao frowns slightly before standing aside to watch in silence. Soon the scene is over and the audience erupts with thunderous applause. Wow, that was a great change! It's even more moving than the previous version of the scene. I bet our tour is going to be a great success. Alright, I'm happy that everyone's so confident about our tour. I'd like to hear from our audience too. Ida steps out of the crowd and beckons to me and Zhao. Hi, you two. You saw rehearsal just now, right? What did you think? It was very compelling. As for the fine details, Zhao, you got stage experience. Maybe you'd like to field this question. I smiled and glanced at Zhao. She considers her words for a moment, and then begins speaking in an earnest voice. I think your performance was very professional. While I arrived later and only managed to see part of it, the girl Zola that you played was lively and animated and very likable. Her final promise to her friend was very stirring too. I'm sure it would have won the hearts of the audience even in the green zone. However, the delivery of some of the lines seemed a little unpolished. Further practice might be required. Unpolished probably because it was just recently changed. It sounds harsh, but that's high praise coming from Zhao Yu. Is it harsh? I don't know. That's constructive criticism. Honestly. After hearing her words, Ida scratches her head bashfully. But that's to be expected. After all, the character was modeled after Ida. She was? It's nothing. I need to go check out my costume with the director. If there's nothing else, let's all go take a break for a bit. Miss Ida? We're looking for me, Zhao Yu. Upon seeing Zhao Yu hesitate, I got into their conversation. Zhao Yu, shall we talk about campsite security? Yes. Wow, you guys sure work hard. I'll leave it to you then. Gotta head over to the director's office. Ida leaves. Oh crap. Ida leaves and asks Rose to continue standing watch by the stage. Zhao Yu's face is as blank as ever, sighing internally. I approach her. What did you find outside the camp? Thanks to your restraint, I didn't manage to find anyone suspicious. In that case, you shouldn't thoughtlessly question Ida about it either. Commander, are you saying that you believe asking about the matter would be bad for Ida? Or that it will affect your investigation of the Viegers? While I said I was willing to work with you, I was upfront about how the investigation would take priority over protecting the troop. Currently, Ida's situation is not related to the troop, and working with you does not extend to interfering with the actors' personal lives. I do not wish to give rise to unintended consequences by doing so. In the Yellow Zone, supplies are not cheap, and while I don't know how Monsoon operates, for a bounty hunter, minding your own business is an important principle for survival. Zhao Yu falls silent, as though she hadn't expected me to state my position that frankly. She frowns slightly, but in the end she simply fixes me with a calm gaze. Since you've decided to prioritize the investigation, I have a request of my own. I hope that you will not jeopardize the show for the sake of your mission, Commander. Of course, I have my principles too. I'll inform you if I discover anything unusual. I hope you will keep your promise, Commander. Zhao Yu turns and leaves after saying those cold words. As I watch her go, I rub between my eyes in resignation. This misunderstanding is only going to get worse at this rate. Is there a way to soften Zhao Yu's attitude? What would Monsoon Squad do when they have a dispute? Monsoon Squad. An idea springs into my head. I pull out my terminal and find the names Diane and Zhang Yu. I'm sorry, girls. I'll need your help again. Time to call in some reinforcements. And another sharkery jump scare. Oh, we're back to silly music? Really? In the wilderness, a jeep races towards its destination. The doll in the front passenger seat leans against the window, idly rapping on the scratched glass. Big sis, go faster! The Commander and Zhao Yu would have walked out on each other by the time we get there. The doll in the driver's seat stomps the gas pedal once again, but the only reply is a low humming of the engine as it strains under its weighty burden. Are you calling them fat? Zhao Yu, we've been driving at top speed for a long time now. Any faster and this jalopy will probably come apart before we even reach your campsite. After hearing Diane's reply, Zhang Yu pounds and curls up in her seat. Fine. Truth is, I just want to see the Commander and Zhao Yu ASAP. That poker-faced woman cruelly dumped us to take on a mission by herself. I can't wait to see her staring idiotically at us when we show up. Zhang Yu, I know you're still mad about what happened back then, but the Commander didn't ask us to come in order to make things worse. I don't want Zhao Yu to leave Monsoon, do you? Heck no! Why else would we be rushing it like this anyway? Okay, fine. Relax, big sis. I promise I won't get mad at her when we meet later. At most, I'll wait till she gets back to the Elmo before secretly thumping her a bit. Before secretly thumping her? secretly thumping her. In what way? That's if she comes back at all. If we can't convince her... We still have Faye, don't we? She's on her way too, isn't she? Faye's never gotten along well with others, but even she's willing to come to the Elmo. So there's no reason why Xiaoyu would refuse either. We can't really say. After all, Xiaoyu isn't an ex-Gryffindor. This is such a pain. Monsoon's still Monsoon even on the Elmo, and the Commander's a really nice guy too. Do we have to choose between Monsoon and the Commander? Why is Xiaoyu making things so difficult for us? Indeed, perhaps this problem isn't just for us, but for all of Monsoon too. The interior of the little jeep is silent for a while. Diane frowns as she gazes into the distance, then floors the accelerator once again. I feel like we should get rid of these random fights if we actually don't need the random fights. This is like filler upon filler upon filler. Oh, I guess this is as good as gonna get. Oh wait, I want to reach all the way back there, except we can't. Holy crap. They really put this out of reach, didn't they? Okay, how are we gonna do this? I guess we go vroom vroom towards the top. This is as good as gonna get. Yes. Alright, so we grabbed that. Wait, did I move you? I probably didn't move you. Okay, I guess we go vroom vroom right here. And it's... Oh geez, this guy is hasn't changed their loadout. They're still on that Gunsmoke loadout. By the way, reminder guys, Gunsmoke is in less than 9 hours. Less than 9 hours, so yep, it's coming again. Your well-beloved regular event. Not really, but you know. It is a fiery afternoon. Natalia Troop's campsite is as boiling hot as you expect. The troop members hurry back and forth, rushing to set up the stage, rehearse, and prepare the props. Xiaoyu, Groza, and I are infected by this industrious mood and find ourselves taking part too. Suddenly, I hear the sound of happy shouting from the distance and miss the sweltering heat. Commander, Xiaoyu! Xiaoyu turns and freezes up. Meanwhile, I just turn in time for a gust of crimson wind to slam into me. Wait, crimson? The impact is so massive that I lose my balance and stumble back. Ah! Look out! Just as I'm about to fall, a hand reaches out just in time to steady my shoulder. At the same time, the girl who just glomped me, I haven't seen that word in forever, glomped? Who just glomped me barely manages to correct her posture and helps Xiaoyu to stand me back up. Sorry, Commander, it was an accident. That was not an accident. You ran in and went for it. I'm okay. Remember, girls, you are heavy, and the body is though very toned and probably a little bit muscular, is weak. With my feet back under me at least, I look at the girl before me. Her long twin tails are fluttering in the wind, and the smile on her face is so bright that it makes me feel happier just looking at her. I reflexively reach out to affectionately ruffle her hair. Her hair, ruffle the hair. It came fast. Almost caused a speeding accident, in fact. It's just because I missed you so much and didn't want to be apart for you for a second, Commander. And I guess I missed out you too. In any case, the moment we got your message, Big Sis and I came as quickly as we could. Is that right, Big Sis? Jiangyu laughs and turns to Diane, who has only just arrived. We're not late, are we? Commander and Xiaoyu? There's an apologetic smile on Diane's face, and she turns to the green-hued doll. Commander first in their minds, Xiaoyu second. How does Xiaoyu feel about all this? Forgive us for acting hastily and coming here without informing you. You have nothing to apologize for. In the first place, decision-making authority was in your hands while I was away from the squad. Zhao remains calm even when confronted by this sudden visit from her teammates. Zhang Yu seems annoyed by this and gets up in Zhao Hu's face. Wait a minute, why isn't your mouth wide open? Huh? Like, why are you not surprised to see them here? That's what she's asking. Aren't you at least a bit surprised that Big Sis and I are here? I am surprised, but I'm not a Tickle Me Toad doll. Tickle Me Toad. Oh, is this what they replaced the Tickle Me Elmos in the 2070? 26? I forget what year we're in. In this year. Is this what they replaced the Tickle Me Elmo with? Tickle Me Toad doll that opens its mouth when you squeeze its tummy. Also, my emotive expression modules only support opening my mouth to a limited extent. Oh, okay. That's why you're so annoying. Big Sis and I came all this way over and you aren't even reacting to it. Do you not care at all? Jangyu. Zhao looks the fuming Jangyu in the eye and shakes her head. It's not that I don't care, it's just that I guess why you came. As such, I have no choice but to accept your arrival and introduce you to everyone in the troop. Saying so, Zhao pulls Jiang Yu and Diane over and smiles faintly to the troop members who are gathering around them. Ida, manager, everyone. These are Diane and Jiang Yu, my friends from the band. Like me, they have extensive stage and combat experience. Welcome! Are you the ones who have been traveling and performing everywhere with Ms. Zhao Hu? Indeed, they were interested in the troop's upcoming play and insisted in coming by to help. Please feel free to tell us if you need anything over the next few days. We'll be in your care for the time being, everyone. Diane smiles and bows. Upon seeing how Diane is acting, Jiang Yu's face lights up with a smile too. Yep, just let me know if you need any help. I can work, fight, and perform. Oh yeah, I can do kung fu, sing, and play the drums too. Wow, really? Miss Jiang Yu, can I consult you on the finer points of fight scenes? It might end up useful in our play. Of course. In fact, I can give you a demonstration right now. Empty space. There we go. Come on, this way. Jiang Yu drags Ida off to the side and proceeds to give her an energetic display of martial art moves. Diane shakes her head with a smile as she watches Jiang Yu's antics. She really does go full throttle all the time. Still, there won't be any problems with blending into the troop now. Well played, Commander. I'm impressed. Zhao Yu looks at me and her smile fades. She still does not like the Commander, it seems. Please forgive me. I simply did not want to cause any misunderstandings between us. I believe that we'll be able to get along better with Diane and Jiang Yu around. And as for the future... If you're in How Play... Oh! In How Play, Gunsmoke is already live. Okay. Okay. I keep forgetting there's How Play and... what is this? Dark Winter? Anyway, 2 servers for the game. Thank you for your concern, Commander. Zhao Yu interrupts me halfway through my explanation. I will carefully consider the future of Monsoon Squad. Okay. Sharky, why is it that you're the only one who's been showing up in all the victory scenes? How does this work exactly? Okay, this is like the last story bit and there's a bunch of fights up ahead, I see. Although there's a slight tension between Zhao Yu and Diane and Jiang Yu, you could just say Monsoon Squad. No need to list all the names. It doesn't affect the assignment, and the show preparations are proceeding apace. The stage is finally completed by our 4th day in the settlement. The troupe decides to conduct an internal test show that night. The music stops, replaced by enthusiastic applause from the audience. One by one, the cast members take their bows, and the director waves excitedly to the audience from the stage. And that's a wrap. A big thank you to everyone for making this test show of Daybreak's Oath a success. A great success. Following the director's announcement, the cast members gather excitedly into a group hug. As the lead actress, Ida is naturally in the center of the group. Ida, you're amazing! I didn't expect the change finale to be so moving. Thank you everyone. I couldn't have done it without you. Be the script revisions or in the later performance and joint rehearsals, I'm so grateful to have your support. Ida bows deeply from where she's standing in the middle of the crowd. The director comes over and pats her on the shoulder. Come on, Ida, no need to be modest. We all know just how hard you worked to make this tour a success. I'm sure Ferris's parents would understand your feelings if they were here. Okay, this was the real reason. This was the real reason. We sent the invitations out long ago, but I guess they won't be coming. Otherwise, they wouldn't. Ida sighs quietly and drops the subject. Then she instantly wipes her dejection away like it had never existed and smiles as she grabs out Hugh and Jiang-Yu's hands. That's right, Director. I've learned lots of interesting things recently while talking to Monsoon Squad. For instance, Jiang-Yu's kung fu moves look really cool on stage. I was thinking that maybe we could work them into our next production. Wow, really? Yep, I still remember the super cool flying kick you showed me. It would be great for a fight scene. Also, flying kicks are not everything everyone can do. Make sure to at least stretch and properly exercise. Just as Ida begins to act out a move with Jiang-Yu in tow, a dark shadow falls from the sky. Look out. Xiaoyu pulls Ida away as a glass bottle filled with paint hits the spot where Ida was standing just a moment ago. The paint inside it splashes out as the glass shatters into fragments, blooming into a lurid, savage flower. Wait, where did the bottle come from? I think it came from above. And they had plenty of bottles, apparently. Before Ida can react, the second and third bottles sail into the campsite, interspersed with a hail of stones and leaving streaks of paint all over the stage. Hey, someone's causing trouble! Diane, protect the cast and the commander. Jiang-Yu with me. Xiaoyu's voice remains on the wind as she leaps out of the campsite, landing behind a nearby wall. With lightning speed, Xiaoyu subdues a suspicious man hiding behind the wall without giving him any time to respond. On her end, Jiang-Yu has also grabbed someone outside the campsite. Both of them drag the men to the center of the campsite. Despite being pinned down, they're still struggling and cursing. And if you didn't have any protection at all here in the yellow zone, this whole thing will be burnt to the ground. Just saying, this whole thing will be burnt to the ground, and, well, yeah. Be glad you have the dolls with you. Who the hell are you? Let me go! Yeah, you're just crappy group. You're just a crappy group of actors. What right do you have to grab me? Get it through your thick skulls. Stop going around doing shows and get lost now before you mess up more people's families. Shameless and harbor criminals. Wait, what? Shameless and harbor criminals? That lead actress Ida or whatever is a murderer. That makes the rest of you guys accomplices too. Shut up. Xiaoyu knocks a ranting man out with a knife hand strike. After seeing how his friend was KO'd, the other man shrinks away in terror. However, when he sees how Ida is not trying to stop this and in fact lowers her head in dejection, he starts cursing again. As the verbal abuse grows louder, Xiaoyu scowls and takes out her knife before pressing it into the man's neck with a cold look in her eyes. Hey, let's talk this out. No need to get serious. Alright then, talk. Why are you attacking the troop? We were hired. That's a second group that said they were hired. Who else was hired? Our client only gave us money and told us to make trouble and mess up the show. And what's all this about a murderer? I don't know either. The client just told us to say that. Yes, they got a grudge with your leading lady. He said she... Before he can finish, Xiaoyu knocks him out as well. She glances at Jiang Yu and Diane, indicating that should drag the two unconscious men away. Then she looks at me, who is standing aside in the distance. I instantly get Zhao Yu's meaning and enter the crowd before giving the director a meaningful look. Miss Ida looks like she needs some rest. Let's end the rehearsal here tonight. Everyone should turn in early. We'll clean up the rest. After seeing the director nod, the rest of the cast and crew obligingly disperse. Soon, the only people left in the once bustling campsite are the director, Ida, and the dolls. Zhao Yu helps Ida take a seat, then squeezes her hand. Ida, can you tell us what happened before this? Ida's head is still lowered. She remains gloomy and silent. After seeing the state Ida's in, the director shakes her head and sighs. Maybe I should do it. If I'm not wrong, my guess is that the clients who hired those people to attack the theater were the parents of Ida's former friend, Ferris. A former friend called Ferris? Yes, Ferris was a good friend of Ida's and an astounding young actress. The truth is, she was supposed to be the female lead for Daybreak's Oath. Back then, Ida and Ferris joined the auditions for the part and they made it through, both of them. Oh wait, hold up. Ferris was the female lead and Ida was the second female lead. Ferris and I both love to act. I still remember the day we met each other. Ida, who has been silent all this time, slowly lifts her head. She looks at the stage, but it seems more like she's gazing into the depths of her past. That day, I joined an impromptu drama competition, and I was a rookie back then and nobody paid attention to me. But by the time the competition ended, a girl ran over all of a sudden and praised me for doing a good job. She even pointed out all the little details in my act. We ended up talking for a long time. She told me her name was Ferris and she wanted to become a pro actor, just like me. Ida smiles as she recalls her past with Ferris. After that, we became good friends. At the time, all we had were bit parts. Bit parts, I'm guessing that means small parts. But no matter what roles or scripts we were given, we would always rehearse them together so we could critique and further refine our act. Over time, we slowly became able to play supporting roles, and then we both made it through the auditions of Daybreak's Oath, and began practicing in the Yellow Zone together, looking for cultural inspiration together, going on tour together. Those days were really happy, but... Ida stops speaking, as though she's thought of something, and her smile turns bitter. 2 years ago, when Ferris and I were out in the contamination zone together, we were attacked by Jaegers, and the PMC assigned to protect us was taken out by the Jaegers. And Ferris too. The PMC assigned to you were taken out? Dang, that must have been super crappy. I passed out back then and was taken and mistaken for dead. But a passing bounty hunter saved me. Everyone in the troupe was heartbroken over Ferris. We had lost a great actress and a good friend. After that, everyone in the troupe was grieving for her, and the lead actress role for Daybreak's Oath sat vacant for a long time. Later on, I remember that Ida and Ferris had acted opposite each other, and had her try out for the position. She did well, so we decided to permanently assign it to her. But I didn't expect that my decision would lead to a misunderstanding by Ferris's parents. They thought that Ida had gotten Ferris killed in order to become the lead actress. Did you not try to contact Ferris's parents? Oh, we tried many times. But Ferris's parents thought the troupe was in on it with Ida and kept refusing to talk to us. Ida also tried looking for those Jaegers, but they'd never been easy to find. And the situation was very chaotic back then. With all the time gone by, we couldn't find any evidence at all. And that's how the misunderstanding lasted all the way until now. Yes, the truth is Ida's been working hard to try and erase that misunderstanding. During this tour, Ida convinced me to change the script and its ending as a memorial to Ferris. Frankly speaking, we weren't too happy about the change at first, but Ida went all over to gather inspiration and built up experience as a scriptwriter before consulting me about it many times. And in the end, the altered script began to take shape. After we finished rewriting the script, we began preparing for our tour. Right after we finalized the show's schedule, Ida sent an invitation to Ferris's parents. And you know how that went. Everyone present goes silent as they look at the glass shards and red paint scattered everywhere. Ida, is there anything we can do to help? Stay alert and protect the future shows. That's right. Since they've rejected Ida's goodwill, they definitely won't give up easily. Ida smiles bitterly and bows to everyone again. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Ensuring the show takes place successfully is part of the request. You don't have to blame yourself for this, Miss Ida. Zhao Yu helps Ida up, and Zhang Yu comes over to help support her by the shoulders. Yep, nothing's going to happen to a trooper with us around. I'll be counting on you all in the future then. It's getting late and I also need to take care of troop business. Oh yes, about those two attackers. Leave them to us. Miss Zhao Yu, could you go easy on them? After all, it was because of me that... Relax, we know our limits. Several minutes later, the two hired attackers receive a stern talking to from Zhang Yu and slink off. Of course, Zhang Yu would be the one to talk to them. I guess it would be more effective if it came from her because she can get very snippy. Vanishing into the and vanishing after the slink off and vanishing into the night. I was about to say distant night. Might as well be. As I watch them fade away, I can't help but ponder the situation. So they were hired then. No, if they were like the people who hired the ambush Ida, if they were like the people who tried to ambush Ida earlier, they're probably related to the Viegers too. Before the two men can flee into the darkness, I call out to Groza. Groza, follow them and see where they're headed. Okay, before we continue, I need to refill my water. So we're gonna take a quick break over here, stretch out guys, and I'll be back. Let's see. Okay, I'm back. Let's see, what do we have left? So we're at 5 Right, okay, so we just have a few fights left. I say a few fights, it's basically half the fights left. But it's probably gonna go a lot quicker than the rest of them. The commander should have brought coffee along. She would take care of the players looking split. Yeah, about that. About that. Yeah, she would. She would. I do wonder if she still flies into a rage right now, when Viegers are involved. Or she's a little bit more subdued, but definitely could still take them out if, you know, I mean, she'll definitely take them out. He definitely could still take them out. I mean, you know what's interesting to me, though? I feel like for the longest time, we've ran into Viegers before her breakdown, but she didn't seem to... At least we didn't see her react as much then. But then when the medical team was mentioned, then it got super, it got super personal. And then we saw Mad Coffee for a while. I'm glad she's better these days, though. I don't like her seeing. She's scary. She's super scary when she's in her, I guess, serious self. And now in the future we're gonna have Florence. So those two together are gonna be a very dangerous pair, I feel. All right. Oh yeah, there's a Viegers. Maybe I should put coffee here just because. Bang bang bang. Why do we have the bang 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 sound effects written out when they actually use the clips? I feel like it's not needed, but it also makes it very funny to just say. Out in the wilds, a petite doll is racing through a herd of elids. She places shot after shot with deadly precision, driving away the elids that are swarming her. Oh hey, it's... I guess CZ75 was her name. I feel like there was a long, complicated name and stuff along that. But Faye's here! I did hear that she... I mean, I did hear before starting the event that she was going to be here. And I think I'm seeing a recurring pattern with Monsoon Squad. Or at least most of Monsoon Squad. I thought she would be in the gacha, but I guess not. I'm hoping she comes into the gacha soon, unless they need another event to introduce her, or unless this is her introduction right now. It's kind of funny though, okay? It's kind of funny. Because when she first shows up in Girls Frontline 1, I don't know if she ever got a mod 3, but she's just another random doll with a Czech-based gun, right? Or Czech, I don't know how you say it. Czech Republic? Czech based gun, hence CZ. And here she is with her tactical scope. That's not part of it. But now she's like very Chinese themed. I think I don't think she had the double hair bun before. At least I don't remember her having a double hair bun. But you got the double hair bun, you got the cloud print on her top here, which I don't think she had before. But yeah, she's very Chinese themed because of her kung fu movies. She had low twin tails. Okay, let's take a quick look at what she used to look like. I like taking a look at previous designs, especially if they're very different. CZ75 Girls Frontline. Yeah, she looks very different. Not too different, but different enough to where you have to take a second look at her and see where the heck did this come from. Though I guess looking at her skins, there's a reason why she looks like this. Okay, so let's squish this down a little bit so we can see her side by side. Let's see, adjust that, make this a little bit bigger. Okay, there she is on the left. Initial design is initial design. We can probably ignore that. We can chalk this up to initial design weirdness from back in the day. Yeah, she is Chinese now. And tactical axe. I think the tactical axe hasn't really changed much. It really hasn't changed much since back in the day. I feel like I think the tactical axe is in fact bigger now compared to what it used to be. Before, it was just a little hand axe. Now, now it looks like it could cut down a freaking tree. Holy crap. Why she just made the handle a lot longer. Is that yeah, the scope is indeed built into the axe, I think. Let's see. Let's move this over here. This is as close as we're gonna get. It I think in the original it might be welded into the axe itself. It looks like it's kind of just wedged there at the end. Yeah, but she's a lumberjack now. Um, but if you look at the new axe in the game itself, it doesn't look like it's the same scope. It's a different scope, it seems. And it's definitely more part of the axe than it used to be. But she's not using her gun out there like she used to, which is kind of sad. Her midriff is a lot more prominent now compared to before. Her outfit's actually more or less the same as before, just with a Chinese print and no straps up top. Interesting choice. And she has I guess the color of Monsoon Squad in her new outfit. When I say color of Monsoon Squad, I'm talking about that green tie / tassel on her front, right? I think that's Monsoon Squad's like motif, identifying colors, however you want to call it. But she's more or less the same. I can't see her bottom here. We can probably check it out in the wiki afterwards. In her new one, but the cut off shorts was always a weird thing back then. But yeah, okay, she does have a proper lumberjack skin, which is probably where the new axe comes from. So a proper lumberjack skin in the old one for Christmas. And this is where the Chinese thing comes from because she watches Chinese kung fu. Well, that doesn't make sense. She watches kung fu movies. So probably a little bit of Rush Hour, probably a little bit of the maybe not Rush Hour. They don't reference Rush Hour in any of these things. They usually reference the what's that guy's name? That really famous kung fu director. The guy, I think the guy that did Shaolin Soccer and a few other ones. That guy. But yeah, I think she also has a pretty big axe over here. She has 3 different axes actually. She's got the Viking axe, she's got the lumberjack axe, and then she's got the hand axe, and now she has basically an upgraded axe. Wait, what's this one? What is this outfit? I don't think I've seen the wow. I don't think I've seen the office outfit before. Also, can we see a thing about her full art here? She does the axe dance which in one of her animations. Yes, she does. I know that one. I don't know which movie that came from though. Okay, let's look at her actual outfit here in the new game. She doesn't have the cut off shorts. She's wearing proper pants now. She's wearing proper pants, but everything else more or less the same. She's got the same color scheme. She's got the same, more or less the same top, just more covered. So I guess she's matured in that way. Though, hold up. I didn't see that. It's not obvious from this one. But I guess she has a little bit of a she has a little bit of a side window down here on her pants apparently. Interesting. And the skin looks pretty good. MMA fighter, really? MMA fighter skin? If I remember correctly, there was an MMA specific doll in NeuroCloud. So I'm guessing we're not going to see that doll come over out of the many, many other dolls that are over there. But it's interesting that she gets an MMA fighter skin. Wood, very wood. She definitely looks not better proportion. She looks more mature now than she used to be. Art style, but also more mature. Though also, I guess it doesn't look too different from the lumberjack outfit over here. Though a little bit different from the other ones. I guess it doesn't look too different here. It's just anything compared to the original. Anything compared to the initial skin, or at least the default one, is gonna look a little bit weird. Yeah, but yeah, she's mostly there. I think someone said that that she's gonna be added in the next patch, since supposedly next patch has a high chance of being Springfield's event. Really? But at least we're gonna get her in the standard banner. So there's that. But yes, the scope axe lives, and the scope is built into the axe this time. It's actually, that's a rifle scope. What the heck? She literally took a rifle scope into this huge chunk of metal and screwed it in. Look at that. It's not even screwed in, it's nailed in. Dang. The Elid corpses ringing her are piled high like gruesome sandbags. Her gun is starting to heat up, but Faye shows no sign of stopping. Wait, that handgun heats up pretty badly? What? Instead, she begins counting the bodies on the ground. 7, 8, 9, 14. Still not enough. Again. Holy crap, that's an intense glare. I didn't think she was that scary before. Face scowls, then leaps up the slope of... Oh, wait. Let me reread that. Face scowls, then leaps up the slope of the Elid pile. Another Elid lunges at her gun as she is moving between targets. And I'm guessing she's training. That's what she's doing. Faye whirls and throws her tomahawk. That's not a tomahawk. That is a proper lumberjack axe. Tomahawk would have a shorter handle, so it can be thrown. This cannot be thrown, which cleaves deeply into the creature's throat. And again, the translators really love this. They really love this. Hold up, I need to get the proper sound effect for this. We need the proper sound effects for this because it just needs to be done. Is it gonna come up? Fine. I'll risk the audio bite. There we go. Good enough. Good enough. I don't know if that was audible. Just pulled up a Ninja Slayer clip because they really love that. Another body hits the floor. The impact shatters the collapsed crystals in the corpse, and the fragments land on Faye's feet. Faye quickly bends down to pick up the chunks, wipes off the icky stuff on them, and shoves them into her pockets. That's what you get for trying to ambush me. Soon, the gathered Elids have all been dealt with. But what is she doing, actually? Faye picks up the last collapsed crystal piece and pats her bulging pockets. Is this how they earn money? Is this how collapsed crystals are actually farmed? That should be enough, right? I ought to be able to get a present with these. Or is it? According to the art of human interaction, presenting a gift after meeting an old friend following a long separation is a sign of your sincerity. So does this mean I should collect more crystals? I still have enough time to kill more of these Elids, plus the pieces will get worn down in processing. Oh, wait, they get processed? I guess they don't all come in cubes. That does make sense. It will be bad if I don't have enough. Faye looks up and gazes into the distance. A wisp of smoke curls into the air. It seems there's another Elid pack up ahead. She mounts up on her motorbike and roars over to the source of the smoke. Oh, she has a bike! However, as she approaches the smoke, Faye gradually realizes something is wrong. Wait, those aren't ellets? The source of the smoke lies just over 100 meters away, but it isn't being created by the ellets. Rather, it comes from weirdly modified Jaeger vehicles. They seem to have found something, and several converted junkers are pouring fire on a small hill. Pouring fire on a small hill. Tch, it's the Jaegers again. They spread all the way over here. Wow, you're talking about them like they were weeds. Faye ups the output of her visual modules and tries to see who the Jaeger's target is. However, she can only make out several indistinct shapes amidst the roiling cloud of dust. Roiling. Could it be stranded travelers? Or residents from a nearby settlement? Ah, who cares? Those Jaegers are all assholes anyway. I'll just shoot first and ask questions later. Faye revs her motorbike and rides into the heart of the dust cloud. Hey, over here! Oh, is it fight time? I guess it's fight time. Let's go. She would get really along well with Kolfin. Yeah, it's not as personal for her though, so it's a little bit different. But yes, they would get along well together. She just likes beating up on them because yeah, they're a bunch of jerks. The bomb's too good for just one guy. Holy crap, that is a pile of junk. I don't think we've seen this before. To Faye's surprise, the people surrounded on the hill are actually pretty good fighters and work well with Faye. Wait, what? Soon the Jaeger's convoy of modified vehicles is driven off. Faye brings her motorbike to a halt and runs up the hill, waving to the people behind the smoke and dust. You guys alright? We're good. Thanks for your help just now. That surprise attack of yours was most impressive. You're welcome. You guys were pretty good too. Are you bounty hunters? I thought you were local res... As the people she's addressing emerge from the smoke, Faye's words catch in her throat. You guys... Ah! That's why, of course. It will be people she already knows. Yo, Faye, surprised to see us? See, Commander and I told you it was Faye. There's no way I would mistake anyone who lugs an axe around with her all day long for anyone else. Yeah, who actually carries an axe all day long? Surely not 416. Surely not Klukai. That's all I'm saying. It's been a while, CZ75. I mean, Miss Faye. Wait, Groza, do you remember her? Because I'm pretty sure you lost all your memories, unless there's a disjoint here somewhere. Yes, long time no see, Faye. And now all of Monsoon Squad is here. I smile and walk up to this doll I haven't seen in a long time. Also, I don't think she was that prominent in the Girls Frontline 1, so seeing her again here is very weird. Because I didn't think she was that popular. But then again, it's very hard to admit to... The axe is very distinct. The axe is very distinct. Life is tough for a Jaeger when every doll wants to kill you. Well, I'm pretty sure they don't run into dolls all the time. And not all dolls fight as well as the Griffin dolls. So, yeah. Yeah. Life is tough for a Jaeger. They're just trying to get by every day by pillaging, kidnapping, and ransoms and whatnot. Yeah. 10 years have passed and she's changed her outfit. Not much, but she's changed it. But her brilliant red hair still burns like a fire, and the spirited look in her eyes hasn't changed a bit. I was looking forward to meeting you again from the moment Diane told me she had contacted you. I thought we'd meet at the campsite, but I didn't expect you to run into you here. Can we consider it fate that our reunion took place? Can we consider it fate that our reunion took the form of fighting side by side? Okay, it's a little bit weird, but I get where this is coming from. Faye seems to want to say something, but she spaces out after hearing me speak. Her mouth hangs half open, and her face turns red as she struggles to find the right words to say. Commander, nice to see you again. I got a gift for you when we met again. I mean, I was planning to get a gift for you, but I haven't managed to get it yet. I got the funds ready. Saying so, Faye reaches into her pockets and freezes up. Like, here, just have all these collapsed crystals as a gift. Faye exclaims in shock and looks down at her pockets. Unable to believe her eyes, she feels around inside. Oh, she lost all the crystals. Her pockets, which had been stuffed to the brim just a short while ago, were grazed by bullets during the firefight just now. All the collapsed crystals she had worked so hard to collect had been scattered everywhere, leaving only a few pieces sparkling forlornly in her hand. How could this be? My collapsed crystals. Faye? Water went down the wrong way. Excuse me. Faye clenches her fist in frustration, then grabs her head. It looks like she's struggling to keep control of her emotions. After a while, she looks up with a bitter expression on her face. I'm sorry, Commander. It looks like your gift will have to wait. Cheer up. So you dropped all those collapsed pieces you collected. So what? Just pick them all up again. I'll help you. Oh, okay, so I was looking for Jangyu's tie. It's right down here instead. She doesn't wear like a tie like everyone else does, but she just has it down here. I see. What's important is that you met the commander again, not some present. Yeah, seeing you here is what matters to me. I pat Faye's shoulder and try to console her. Faye has seemed on edge ever since we met. She hasn't said much, and what little she says comes out as nervous stuttering. What happened to her? I remember she was rather hot-tempered in Griffin, but not like this. Well, it has been a while, and they're all head over heels with you, so yeah. I guess the commander doesn't know. Maybe I should ask her about it later when I get the chance. Thank you, Commander. I'm happy to be able to see you again, too. That's right. What are you doing here, Commander? It's a long story. You know about the troop, right? Someone caused trouble here last night, and Groza followed them to another Viager camp. Jangyu and I came over to help check it out, but not long after we met, those guys went out for a walk. I see, and after this you're going to... We'll be heading back to the campsite first. Groza's got a good picture of the situation here. I believe your teammates are looking forward to meeting you too. Once we return to the settlement, Jangyu practically flies into the troop campsite. Big sis, Xiaohu, look who I found! Upon hearing Jangyu's voice, Diane looks up from where she's working by the stage. Hey! And I guess Diane just has blue all over, so that she doesn't really have a special tassel. Diane approaches with quick steps, enfolding Faye and Jangyu in a hug. Xiaoyu walks out of a nearby tent, having heard the commotion. Faye, what are you doing here? Xiaoyu reflexively glances at me, and I raise my hands defensively. It really wasn't me this time. I only just ran into Faye. Xiaoyu then turns to Faye, who walks over and punches Xiaoyu's shoulder. Diane gave me the location. What the hell? So you go off by yourself and nobody's allowed to follow? The previous happy mood in the air suddenly freezes over. Diane sighs before walking over to the pair, taking a green-colored arm in one hand and a red-colored one in the other. There, don't get mad. We should be happy that Monsoon's been reunited after so long. Yeah, that's right. Faye came over to help us out. In fact, she helped us beat a bunch of Viagers just now. Don't be so stiff, Xiaohu. Yes, Faye's skills were amazing. Also, do you have anything to say to Monsoon assembled? Alright. Xiaohu presses the spot between her brows in resignation. I was hoping that this brief period of independent action would be enough to spur you ladies into calmly considering our future. Clearly that plan has failed. That just means it was the wrong thing to do. It's better just be frank and speak up rather than having us all stew in our rooms by ourselves being miserable. Isn't that right, Big Sis Faye? Big Sis Faye? For once, I agree with Jiang Yu. Yes, I agree that face-to-face discussion is the best form of communication for Monsoon. Much like when you play a song, one must be on the scene to properly judge the audience's reaction. Xiaohu, while this was a private commission, you're still part of Monsoon. Will you allow us to help you with this commission for the next few days? I mean, your business is Monsoon's business. Yeah, we'll help you out if Amita gives you another job next time. After seeing the sincerity in her teammates' expressions, the coldness on Xiaohu's face seems to have faded. Xiaohu looks at them in the eye and nods. Alright.
みんなありがとう。完璧なショーができたよ。サークリンの次のパフォーマンス。
Several days later, inside the troop campsite. How long have we been here already? I feel like it's almost 2 weeks. Monsoon squad and grows intensified patrols outside the campsite for the following days. Despite the little upset during the test show, the attacks we feared never came again, and the troop enjoyed a rare few days of peace. It's a relief that the troop has been otherwise unmolested, but I'm hard-pressed to find a rationale for the Viager's actions. Could it be that the link between the Viagers and the attackers from the night was purely a coincidence? Was it truly just two layabouts with nothing better to do accepting a job from the underground? No, perhaps I need to investigate further. There must have been something behind the scenes that I missed. Once afternoon rehearsals for the troupe are over, I seek out Xiaohu. As she listens to my intentions for coming here, she puts down the prop she is checking and looks at me in puzzlement. So you intend to investigate the Viagers outside the camp? Right now? Yes, right now. You can tell something's wrong too, right? I turn to look outside the campsite. While things seem peaceful enough in the campsite, the settlement outside is nowhere as warm and welcoming as it was when we first came. In fact, it feels somewhat deserted. Our audience is gone. That's right. The troupe advertised the show heavily, so there ought to be more people here. However, it seems a Viager activity nearby has forced people who were planning to watch the play to abandon their plans. Commander, do you think the change in the Viager's actions is linked to how we stopped the attack on the camp that day? I can't be sure, but we both know the Viagers are mixed up in this. And besides, the Viagers have been a scourge to the surrounding region. Yet the settlement and troop have been completely untouched. It doesn't make sense. I don't think it's because we revealed ourselves, and I don't think anyone would actually pay to invite those starving wolves here. Therefore, I need to head out there on foot to figure out what's going on. Since it's very likely that Ida is involved, I'll need the help of Monsoon Squad too. Understood. I can accompany you, Commander. Oh, me too, me too. I haven't gone out investigating with you in a long time, Commander. Jiang Yu has appeared from seemingly nowhere and inserted herself between Xiaohu and me, followed closely by Diane and Faye, who turned up in front of me. Why didn't you tell us you needed help, Commander? Yeah, Xiaohu and I would have monopolized the scouting mission with the Commander if I hadn't secretly followed you. As I see the looks of anticipation in their eyes, I can't help but chuckle, but eventually I harden my heart and shake my head. The Viagers are still roaming around, are still roaming out there. We need to leave someone behind to protect the campsite. Xiaoyu and Jiangyu will follow me. Diane and Faye will stay behind and protect the campsite. Woohoo! Understood. Faye and I will mind the campsite, but please be careful, Commander. As our jeep drives deeper into the wilderness, there is no trace of the Jaegers. Jiangyu stares out the back seat window for a long time, but she can't find anything. Bored, she begins tapping out a rhythm in the vehicle's frame. Jiangyu, mind your volume. Okay, fine, I'll stop now. After being reminded by Xiaoyu, Jiangyu sticks her tongue out and grumbles under her breath. These Jaegers are such a pain, there's no sign of them anywhere. It's such a waste of your time, Commander. I can't believe we're spreading our precious time off. We're spending our precious time off on those Jaegers. Yeah, I'm so mad. After complaining, Jiangyu drapes herself over the back of my seat. Still, I'm glad I got to go out with you again on a mission, Commander. It feels just like the old days. In fact, I can't help but wonder how nice it would be if the troop could just keep performing. Then Big Sis, Faye, and I could just ignore that crappy agreement and stay with you forever, right, Commander? The agreement. Huh? Wait, right, agreement! About that! Actually, Colin sent me a secret transmission about a month ago, when I was assisting 404 regarding new changes in the agreement. While quite a few dolls have already returned to the Elmo through chance encounters, quotes, I was planning to maintain the status quo for a while longer to avoid the Elmo becoming a target once again. But after seeing the gloominess and delight on Jiangyu's face and thinking about the pendant that Diane cherished so dearly, I find it hard to keep quiet. Perhaps I can't answer for the world, but at the very least I can give them an answer. Commander? Actually, you can do that right now. We don't have to worry about that agreement anymore. Eh? Jiangyu's jaw drops and her eyes go wide. I sigh and then smile as gently as I can. Just last month, the Non-Military Forces Administration secretly lifted part of the agreement's restrictions for various reasons. That said, it was done in secret, so I didn't tell anyone because I didn't want to alarm certain people. Also, I'm just a penniless bounty hunter right now, so all I can do is wander the land doing jobs to make ends meet. It's a hard life. I don't care if you're wandering or not. I'm happy as long as I'm with you, Commander. It won't ever be a hardship for me. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we broke, but the dolls don't care that we're broke. I don't know how I feel about this. Girls, if we have to repair you, we probably can't afford it, or at least it will be very, very rough. Though I guess that's probably not too different from your own situation, so... I'm sure Big Sis and Faye feel the same way too. Oh yeah, we'll go back and tell them the good news. I'm sure they'll be really happy if they know they can follow you again. Really now. I chuckle, then turn to look at Xiaoyu. However, I realize that she's staring intently through the windshield, her face grim. They'll be your sugar mommies? I guess they would be. Oh crap, I didn't see. Oh, did I miss? Oh wait, I don't think I clicked it. Something happened. I don't know what happened. And they keep on showing dolls that we can't have right now in the cutscenes. Look at the doll community. They weren't doing too well before finding their new base. I guess so. But the doll community has always been on the run from humans in general. So they're supposed to be just a community of dolls. Problem resolved. Xiaoyu, catch up quick. We can wrap things up and share the good news with our sister sooner. Don't rush. Take care of the enemies first. Alright. One Molotov later. I'm actually surprised that's not a thing in SpongeBob. Can I guess I should go further out first. Okay, and then we can do one Molotov later. Down one? Would it even do anything? Ooh, it would. This is a really, really bad configuration. We're losing one over here and we're losing another one over here. That'll do, I guess. Oh, we can get this guy. There's the one thing I wish they did, implement story characters into the mission, same way Blue Archive does. Yeah, that would be kind of nice, even if it's just de-leveled or something like that. At least it would be a little bit more immersive, I suppose. But I guess there's some missions where it's not obvious who's around, or at least it doesn't seem like there should be something around. But yeah, they should, with as many fights as they are, even if it's just on a trial basis. Thanks to Zalhyu and Jangyu's combined attack, the ambushing Vaegers are soon driven off. We wipe out the remaining enemies along the way, but don't see anyone else around us. In order to verify the Vaegers' tracks, we even pursue them all the way to the Vaeger camp we found earlier. However, the brightly lit campsite from that night is now completely deserted. It's as though these bandits were tipped off and vanished without a trace after shifting their area of activity. What's going on? Maybe they got scared by how we've been spanking them over the past few days and ran off. No, judging by the state of the camp, this was an organized withdrawal. So we missed them again? Let's head over to the other camp that Groza found. Let me see, did I miss a thing before this? Nope, we can't see the text before this. We soon arrive at the other camp. However, the situation there is the same as before. Hey, where did everyone go? When I came here with Groza and the commander just a few days ago, there were Vaegers patrolling around the area. Indeed, if they packed up and left in just a few days, then where did they go? I lean against the window and rub my forehead as I feel a headache coming on. Is there really nothing wrong with those Vaegers? In the past, exterminating Vaegers was not a difficult task. However, they seem to have become more cunning over the past 6 months. Their behavior we saw during this request reflects that. They have multiple temporary bases. They actively sent out people to take underground market requests. And they can even conduct organized group withdrawals. Huh. Is there something going on in the main story that's bringing these guys together a little bit? It might be a job. A vague feeling that there is something wrong about all this churns in my mind. It's almost as though someone is directing these crude bandits from the shadows. Unfortunately, I have no clues or proof regarding them at the moment. Don't be so down, Commander. Since they're gone, the troop and settlement will be safe. You should be happy, Commander. It's good for Ida, yes, but it seems the bounty that the Commander will receive for investigating the Vaegers is going to be much smaller than expected, and we're going to be much poorer than expected. You don't hold back at all, do you? You're right. I'm sorry, Commander. I didn't think about that. Still, there's no worry. Now that the agreement's been loosened, Monsoon will help you out with missions as long as we get to stay on the Elmo. In short, you won't have to worry about starving with us around. Oh! Literally actually offered to be sugar mommies at this point. Yeah, how awkward would it be for the Commander to rely on his dolls for income? Dang. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it, and he doesn't hold back. He doesn't hold back. Me too. There's also fun stuff on the Elmo. There are all sorts of fun stuff on the Elmo. And a lot of old friends. Well, not just the guys from Griffin, but a lot of new friends too. We'll be able to make new friends too, right? Yeah, Coffee, Sharkery, Vepley. I guess if Ulrid is there. Janyu tightens her grip on the steering wheel, and her eyes sparkle as she fantasizes about what the future holds. Zalhyu says nothing, only listening quietly. Man, I want to head back to the campsite right now and see the look on Big Sis and Faith's face when I tell them the agreement's been loosened up. I think it's more so that they'll be able to do more missions. Oh, I guess that does make sense. Hold on tight, Commander. I'm putting the pedal to the metal. That does make more sense. It also means more repairs for dolls, though. Jiang Yu mutters about the agreement to herself as she speeds all the way back. Soon the jeep lurches to a halt. We're at the campsite. Commander, we've arrived! Jiang Yu eagerly dismounts and runs to the nearby Diane and Faye. The flurry of wild gesticulation. They like this word. They like this word. The wild flurry gesticulation of the flurry of wild gesticulation. She's waving around. She's waving around. The follows tells me, even without hearing her words, that she's informing them about the agreement. Sure enough, Diane and Faye run up to me a moment later. Commander, is what Jiang Yu said really true? Is the agreement annulled? I nod. Strictly speaking, it was because the terms had been loosened that after the previous assistance to 404 concluded, we were allowed to stay on the Elmo. Oh, you were allowed to stay on the Elmo. So if you don't mind following me on my wanderings, you can come back to the Elmo and stay with me permanently after this contract is finished. That's wonderful. I've been looking forward to the day when I could officially join the Elmo. To the day when I could return to your side for good, Commander. Mommy Springfield got us an entire Black Hawk. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Supposedly it was our old Black Hawk too, right? Though I don't remember us having a Black Hawk at all. Unless it's the same helicopter that that Kalina uses for the gacha. Diane strokes the pendant on her wrist. Me too. I'll follow you anywhere, Commander. Doesn't matter where you go. Monsoon Squad was always about traveling after all. Alright, since you're willing, I have no reason to refuse you. But what about Zhao Hu? Zhao Hu is like, girls, I'm part of Monsoon Squad too. Don't I get a word here? However, it seems your leader still hasn't chimed in yet. I look towards Zhao Hu. She's been keeping her distance ever since she got down from the vehicle. Jiang Yu and the others all look expectantly toward her, expecting Zhao Yu to respond with a smile. Diane's expression is colored further with mild concern and worry. As expected, Zhao Yu simply toys with the knife she's holding, her expression as cool and even as ever. We haven't reached a deadline for the suggestion yet, so my answer is the same as before. So you want me to join the Elmo? I will need to consider it, but I will not stop you. Huh? What's there to consider? The commander's super reliable, you know. You don't need to overthink this, Zhao Yu. You know, I've always been waiting for this to happen. The air turns chilly. Diane steps forward and carefully ventures a question. I never asked before, but is there some reason you're reluctant to join us, Zhao Yu? Well, she doesn't know the commander, so I don't think she trusts us that well just yet. I mean, everyone else has a history, she doesn't. So it's kind of hard to get someone who's new unless you're Coffee somehow. Oh, you know what? Coffee and Vepley were essentially shoved into our group, so it's not like we had much of a choice with that. Sharkry was introduced by Springfield, so that's a different story. I mean, she did come with a helicopter. Who actually thought that Sharkry would be our helicopter pilot? I didn't. I definitely didn't. Zhao Yu doesn't answer. She simply continues rubbing the handle of her knife. Upon hearing Zhao Yu's reaction, I sigh inside. I probably won't be able to get the answer out of her today. After patting the others on the shoulder, I chuckle quietly. Well, if she needs to think about it, then we don't have to press her for an answer today. The troupe will be performing for a while. You can always decide once the contract is done. And all the girls just want to go back to their commander. The scars on her hands are probably the trust issues. Probably. That would make sense. The week-long schedule of shows is slowly winding down. During this time, the Vaggers are still active in the wilderness, but they don't harass the troop again. The attack Ida feared does not take place, and the troop's performance receives glowing reviews. On the night before the final performance, the troop's campsite is brightly lit, and the members of the troop are gathered in the heart of the campsite, nervously preparing for their last show. When daybreak comes, I shall go with... Ida, mind your blocking. Sorry about that. Let's do it over. When daybreak comes, I shall go with the wind, onward to a kingdom on the faraway clouds. Ida, your delivery just now was too stiff. I'm sorry, After the second reminder, Ida stumbles a little as she gets to her feet. Even the most clueless actor would be able to tell that right now she's not in the right state of mind for a rehearsal. The director sighs and pats Ida on her shoulder. Relax. If you're not feeling well, let's go rest up a little. Then go rest up a little. We'll go over the other portions first. Thank you. Ida nods to the director in gratitude and slinks away from the stage. Zhao rises from her seat in the audience and silently follows her. Miss Ida, when humans are bothered by something, do they feel better when they talk to holes in trees? What? Talk to holes in trees? So if there's something bothering you, why not try telling me about it? If nothing else, my color scheme is about 70% similar to a tree. I figure I ought to be able to provide 70% of the functionality of one. Maybe a black tree that's like scarred by lightning. I don't see the 70% if I'm being totally honest. Ida freezes up, then carefully looks Zhao up and down before bursting into laughter. Miss Zhao, is this how you always comfort your friends? Not always, but right now it seems to be working. Thank you, I do feel a little better now. Upon seeing that the sadness in Ida's eyes has abated a little, Zhao walks over to Ida's side. Are you feeling anxious about tomorrow's show? Yes, I believe Ferris's parents won't give up that easily. Miss Ida, I don't know what will happen tomorrow, but as an actor, your sole duty is to deliver your performance. Ensuring that the show is safe is Monsoon Squad's duty. Got it. Thank you, Miss Zhao. I'm sorry for subjecting you to that terrible performance just now. No matter what happens tomorrow, I'll perk myself up and properly prepare for it. Ida smiles and nods to Zhao, then turns to head back to the stage. Zhao watches Ida leave, noting that the extra spring in her step, and then she returns to the audience seats. After the rehearsal, in a corner of the camp, having confirmed that her various tasks and preparations are complete, Zhao is about to head back to rest when she suddenly feels a weight on her shoulder. Ambush successful! Big sis, Faye, come quick! Having managed to grab Zhao's shoulder, Zhang Yu excitedly waves the others over. Soon Diane and Faye have arrived, flanking Zhao. Okay, what's going on, girls? Faced with her ambush, Zhao raises her hands in resignation. I don't recall a pre-show celebration on the cards. No, it's not really a celebration. We just have a few questions for you. Faye rubs her head and her expression turns serious. That is to say, what do you think of the commander? Yeah. We were all in a rush when we came to help the commander out, so you probably didn't have much of a chance to talk to him. But just now, it's just us Monsoon Squad and the commander. Plus, you've been with him for so long already. Surely you must have made up your mind about him by now, right? The last show is tomorrow. Zhao, no matter what you're planning to do, won't you sit down and talk things through with us before making your final decision? Yeah, I hate how you just up and left the Elmo without saying anything. I'm sorry, I was planning to make my decision after the commission was complete and I could discuss things with the commander. I didn't think that I would cause so much trouble for everyone. Who says you're troubling us? Xiaoyu, you're always so decisive and whatever most of the time. Why are you all hesitant now? Because you're all acting weird for her. That's why. Or to her. You're all acting like weird, dumbstruck teenager dolls. Or just dolls, I guess. We've known each other for so long. You can tell us if you got anything on your mind. Xiaoyu, you can tell us directly if you have any troubles or questions about the Elmo. After all, Monsoon's been through a lot over the past few years. And we've faced it all together, haven't we? Okay, so they've been together for a few years then. Yeah, in the past you were always the one to come up with a plan when we ran into trouble. Now you've got trouble, so you should tell us about it. We're a team after all. Thank you. I'll be frank then. It is true, I have some reservations about joining the Elmo. However, they're not related to the Elmo or Monsoon, but rather my past. Xiaoyu looks down at the scars on her hand. Okay, tell us about the scars. A moment later, she looks up at Diane. I want my choice to be meaningful, so... I'm sorry, I can't give you an answer right now. Diane steps forward and gently grabs Xiaoyu's hand. It's alright, Xiaoyu. We didn't approach you tonight to ask you to do anything. We just wanted to tell you that you have always been a great leader for all these years. Yeah, you might have it out for me, but you're actually pretty trustworthy as a squad leader. Monsoon might not even be here if it wasn't for your ideas. Yes, I agree. I wouldn't follow orders from just anyone. So we truly hope that you can continue traveling. We truly hope that we can continue traveling with you. I hope so too. And I will also seriously consider that matter of our future. The matter of our future. Okay. After noting that Monsoon's squad is almost done talking, I head over and knock lightly on a nearby tent pole. Sorry to interrupt, but I'd like to talk about the campsite's defensive posture for tomorrow. What do you have in mind, Commander? I believe the Vaeggers have not given up on the big fish that this troop represents. Those two attacks in Ida were coincidences, merely probes. Xiaoyu nods in agreement. Yes, they were using them to determine how well the troop was protected. Indeed. While the mental image of disciplined Vaeggers might sound strange, if they were really planning to making a big haul, they would probably hold back until the tour was over and this troop's temporary guards were gone. I don't want anything to happen to the troop after we leave. Rather than leave those Vaeggers free to threaten others, I'd rather look for a chance to put an end to the matter once and for all. Was this why you kept sending Miss Rosa out after the Vaeggers over the past few days? And here I thought you were going to mind your own business. Come on, it's not like bounty hunters only have collapsed pieces in the mine. And besides, I also want to... Oh, there's the banging. A series of gunshots and explosions outside the campsite interrupts my words and shatters the silence of the night. Run! It's the Vaeggers! The Vaeggers are here! So they came after all. Ladies, prepare for a fight. I don't have Diane. Pei was assigned to clear the audience out. Let's eliminate the remaining enemies. Okay, I'm guessing they didn't have Faye here because of that, but also because her model probably wasn't ready yet when this came out. Okay, let's see. Any normal team would probably just use that switch, but we don't have to. Okay. Alright, where is everyone? Okay, there's one up in an upper level. I'm assuming this event doesn't have an Easter egg treasure chest like the last one did, because I think that might be a new thing. Oh, we can't shoot that far. That's fine.
了解。
訓練の成果ね。
Okay, can we vroom towards the other side? Oh crap, we cannot actually. Okay, next best thing. Toss a grenade up there.
ハンデを浴びる。
用意。
And then everyone's just gonna stake out. Probably should have brought Macchiato along. Never mind! The fire tiles took him out. Wow. Only for the Yohi event since it was a Christmas present kind of thing. Ah, okay. I see. The Vaegers who attack the settlement are swiftly beaten back by Monsoon Squad and Groza's combined efforts. However, the campsite was caught in the crossfire, and much of the intricate backdrops and stages destroyed. Anything even remotely valuable in the backstage area has vanished. The campsite is in an uproar. The troop manager is frantically shuttling between the stage, the admin tent, and the costume racks, totaling up the losses while Monsoon Squad and I help her out. Just then, an actor runs over. Manager, it's bad. Ida's gone. Huh? Tell me, be clear about it. What happened? The cast was doing a head count just now and we couldn't find Ida. After that, someone mentioned that they think they saw several Vaegers going after Ida when the campsite was being attacked. Oh, okay, so they went straight after her. And also someone was guiding the Vaegers. I think it was the people who came to cause trouble for us earlier. Wait a minute. Are you saying the troublemakers from earlier were inside men for the Vaegers and that Ferris's parents hired the Vaegers to attack the troop? Dang, who even has the budget to hire the Vaegers? I feel like they would be charging an arm and a leg for that. How do you guys even have the budget? No, I don't think so. When you consider how Ferris died, there's no way her family would hire the Vaegers. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't think about that. The underground markets are chaotic and hard to manage. It's more likely the commission to cause trouble here was coincidentally taken up by the Vaegers. The Vaegers needed an inside man. That's right. The tour was heavily publicized, so the Vaegers had probably had their eye on the troop for some time now. The commission put out by Ferris's family gave them the perfect excuse to sneak around the campsite without arousing her suspicion. Will the Vaegers actually do that? Don't they only know how to wave their guns around? I guess it depends on who their leader was. That would normally be the case, but it seems like the Vaegers have grown a brain over the past few months. Commissions involving them have gotten harder and harder to complete as a result. While they are still fairly amateurish in actual combat, their ability to strategize does seem to have evolved a little. Oh wow, they're evolving? They finally got a brain? Then, damn it, then what should we do now? Wait, isn't this the MGS ringing sound? I don't remember hearing this before. A sudden ringtone from a comm terminal interrupts the manager's words. The manager frowns and picks up. We instantly hear a girl scream from the other side of the connection. It lasts only a second, and then the girl's voice cuts off, replaced by a short-tempered voice. Heard that? Wait, hold on, let's do this.
Heard that? Your lead actress is in my head. Bring her ransom by tomorrow. Oh, it is similar, but not MGS. Got you. I'm warning you now. Don't try any fancy shit with me, or the chick dies. The call cuts off, and the campsite instantly goes silent. But soon a cacophony of voices erupts from all around, and panic swallows the entire troop.
And that was on comms the entire time. I should have turned that off. That was Ida's voice. The Vaegers kidnapped Ida. Director, manager, what should we do? Can we really trust the Vaegers? What if? No, you can't trust them. They're just gonna kill you after they get their stuff. Amidst the clamor, the theater manager walks over to me, a look of utter helplessness in her eyes, and tightly squeezes my hand. Please save Ida. We'll try to get the ransom together, but we can't let anything happen to Ida again. How do you guys keep on letting this happen? I feel like you should stop the performances in the yellow zone. But, alright. Calm down, no matter what, and I guess that just auto advances. Before I can finish, Zhao Yu has already walked up to us. Commander, allow me to handle the rescue. I've seen enough kidnappings to last me a lifetime. Those scum only know how to bully the weak and torment others. I don't know how people live in the contamination zones, but stepping in when I see injustice being done is how I live. And now that I've seen it happen, there's no way I can turn a blind eye to it. I know that, but please wait a moment. Zhao Yu's eyes narrow as I stop her. Don't get me wrong, Zhao Yu. Calm down and listen to me. I massage the space between my eyes and I take in her guarded attitude and suspicion. Looks like she really misunderstood me. Then I shake my head and look her in the eye. Zhao Yu, I feel the same way as you. There's no way I would simply stand aside after seeing something like this. That has nothing to do with being a bounty hunter. That said, stopping you comes from my experience as a bounty hunter. I believe there's a better solution to this matter. Okay, that was 7, so next is 8. Getting close. Inside a darkened corner of a Jaeger warehouse, I secretly slip a thin razor blade out from between my layers of clothing. Slip out a thin razor blade from between the layers. Okay. I remember the calm look on Zhao Yu's face as she slipped it into my sleeve. I've carried this blade with me all this time just for situations like this, when I'm trapped among the enemy. Oh hey, Tommy, welcome. Yeah, it's been ages. How you doing? We're doing the this event in Girls Frontline 2 right now, but I'm glad to see you well. So, but yeah, hang out with us for a little bit. Well, we should be finishing up soon. The blade is sharp, so be careful not to cut your fingers when you retrieve it. I feel for the blade and take advantage of the fact that there's nobody there to cut the ropes binding me. Oh wait, I guess the commander intentionally got captured, because otherwise why would he be tied up right now? Soon the ropes fall apart behind me and I work my shoulders to free myself. As I tuck the little razor blade back into my thick sleeve, it nicks my fingertip and coolness oozes from the point of contact. It really is sharp. I ignore the pain in my finger and fish out the micro-communicator in my collar before calling Zhao Yu. There is hardly any delay before the call goes through. The plan was successful. I'm inside the Vega's warehouse.
So your definition of success is pretending to be defeated and captured so they can throw you into their warehouse while trussed up like a turkey?
Yeah? How else are we supposed to find them when we couldn't find them? Hey, it beats mindlessly charging in. This place seemed lightly guarded, and their rope work is sloppy. Looks like these Vegas aren't very experienced. Oh yeah, your knife was really useful too.
As long as you're safe, have you found Ida yet?
Yep, Ida's in another corner. I think she's fainted. I'll go wake her up now. Wait for my signal. How are you and Zhang Yu?
Ready to move in on your signal, Commander.
Alright. I hang up and quietly approach the corner where Ida is lying. Ida's face is pale as she lies on the cold ground. Her hands are tied behind her and her tired body is curled up into a ball. I bend down and start cutting her bonds, then I pat her shoulder before calling her name. Ida. Ida, wake up. After a while of this, Ida weakly opens her eyes. Upon seeing me, she grabs hold of my sleeve. Her eyes go wide and fill with tears. Okay. Please help me. It's them. It's who? Dang, that's a big fort. Zhao Yu, Diane, and Zhang Yu hide behind a pile of rocks, keeping a watchful eye on the nearby Vega encampment. Sounds of merriment and an occasional laugh come from within. It seems they are celebrating their recent victory. Jiang Yu pouts in annoyance as she crouches by the rock pile, bored out of her mind. I'm so bored. Why hasn't the commander given the signal yet? Be patient. Weren't you about to butt heads with the commander yesterday? Why are you willing to listen to him all of a sudden? That was then, this is now. Zhao Yu's eyes do not leave the Viagra campsite even as she delivers her flat reply. Oh, I get it now. You realize how trustworthy the commander is, haven't you? She does not want to admit it yet. She's still waiting to see. Zhao Yu remains silent, but then a command suddenly comes over the comm channel.
Zhao Yu, go up.
Acknowledged. And this is us going in, okay. We've infiltrated the camp and are poised to initiate an attack. What's the situation over with the boss?
Everything is currently going smoothly. Let's begin as planned.
Understood. Jiang Yu, Diane, initiate the attack. Alright. I think I should move... it's fine. We can cover the rest with just walking. Oh crap, there's some on the side too. I guess we'll have 416 take care of that one. Okay, how far? Down one. I guess it doesn't. I guess we should try to grab the bag. This is a bit. That's as good as gonna get. Right. Okay, that part's done. And can I vroom this way? Because if I can, I might be able to position myself for a second one. Alright, good. And then we can get this guy who's up here. And that's one turn. Thank goodness. After sending the transmission to Zhao Yu, I instructed Ida to hide in a corner. I ensure Ida is well hidden and take cover behind a nearby heap of junk. My gun is ready in case we're attacked from the outside. Soon, gunshots fill the air outside the warehouse. The gunfire draws closer. Someone kicks the main door and a familiar form rushes in. Commander, Ida! We're here! Zhao Yu swiftly rushes over to our side, then nods to us. Jiang Yu and Diane are covering us outside. Come with me. There's a side path we can use to leave their encampment. No, we can't leave now, at least not like this. And what is the reason for that? I took a commission from Ida. Zhao Yu raises an eyebrow. Time is tight. I'll cut to the chase. Just now, Ida told me that she recognizes the Jaegers. Yes, I did. Miss Zhao Yu, I've seen them before. Ida's eyes suddenly fill with anger as she tightens her grip on Zhao Yu's arm. Her voice is trembling. Last night when I was brought here, I saw their leader, the Jaeger's leader. He was wearing a necklace, I remember. That necklace was a birthday gift from her family. Paris cherished it dearly. She'd wear it everywhere. That's why I'm certain of it. He was the one who led the Jaegers that attacked me in Ferris. Correct. And so Ida made a request of me. She wants me to wipe out these Jaegers to avenge Ferris. I accepted. And now, Zhao Yu, you have a choice. Are you willing to join me in clearing out this nest of Jaegers? Of course, it's going to be more dangerous than just escorting Ida out of here. For the first time, there's an almost imperceptible smile on Zhao Yu's face. Oh, you can actually see the smile. Very faint now. It's my pleasure. And then it just exits by itself. I didn't know the text could just exit by itself, even though I have it set to, like, not auto. Yeah. Oh, we just go into the fight right away. Okay, that makes sense. Overfaller? Oh, so this is gonna be the boss here. Oh, so there's your old scrap metal causing havoc in my... So it's your old scrap metal causing havoc in my camp. Go, everyone get in there. Knock this guy's head off for me. Zhao Hu, keep a tight watch on them and don't let even one of these scrubs escape. Understood. I forgot to ask, did anyone roll for Zhao Hu? I think some people said they did. But I am gonna hold off on that one. I'm gonna save it for 416 in case the next banner is not something I'm too interested in. I'm trying to figure out who I want to V6 first. I probably might want to V6 not Springfield. Who would I want to even V6 first? Maybe Row? But that's probably gonna be a while. So maybe Springfield, because I need a proper water team, and I have a proper fire team, and I guess I could actually get a proper corrosion team if I V6. What do you call this? If I V6 Klukai. Okay, what's going on? It's 1-2. Wanted to, but was unlucky with the Yohi pull, so instead was going for an extra copy of Klukai. She's now V4. Very nice. Very nice. I should probably do that too, actually. I guess we just leave that Viagra alone. He's gonna come over. He's gonna get burned by the tiles, and yeah, it's gonna be a bad time for him. What if I vroom all the way over there? I cannot. It's too far to vroom. I guess we just go ahead and toss a grenade instead. Well, the boss is gone. What now? I guess we just stay put. Let the fire tiles take care of them. I should at least try to get Klukai to V3. But yeah, we'll wait on the next banner for that. Okay, let's go up here. Oh, can you shoot from the side? No. Am I gonna have to vroom this? I'm gonna have to vroom this. Okay, that's fine. Okay, and then we can't do another one. That's okay. Sharkweed's gonna take care of this. Zhao Yu and I coordinate with each other and corner the Viagra leader. What should we do? There are no police stations in the contamination zones. We do it the bounty hunter way. Either you hold your peace forever, or you leave no regrets behind. Though when it comes to scum like that, I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I spared him. Bang! A single gunshot fills the air, and the bulky man wearing a necklace slumps against the wall. Contract closed. Okay, well, the commander just up and shot him. No mercy. I recover the necklace from the man and indicate to Zhao Hu that we should leave. Zhao Hu seems a little pleased with herself right now. Let's go. I turn and head out of the encampment. It's time to return this to Ida. 2 days after the Vegas were eliminated, the Talia troops' campsite is abuzz with activity. Tonight, Daybreak's oath will be performed in the settlement for the last time. Night had just fallen, and the temporary seating is packed with audience members who have come here from nearby settlements. As the show progresses, the sounds of applause or sniffling come from the seats, and when the final scene arrives, all eyes are on the girl on the center stage who is illuminated by the spotlights. Zola. Oh yeah, this is the actor version. I'm sorry, my best friend. Please forgive me for bidding you farewell. For last night, I received word from the goddess of dawn. She told me that when daybreak comes, I shall go with the wind, onward to a kingdom on the faraway clouds. But my dear beloved friend, don't be saddened by this parting. Well, you know that has always been my wish to become that faint ray of light that illuminates the dark night. As she recites her lines, a twinkling of light blossoms in her hand. She holds up this radiant mote and descends from the stage into the audience's seats. Until finally she arrives before a man and a woman. And so from now on, so long as you see the sky at dawn, remember that ray of daybreak, and know that I wish you well. Let this necklace be the proof of our pact. No matter where you may be, so long as you need it, it shall become as the daybreak and defend you. And with that, Ida gently lifts her hand and deposits Ferris's necklace into the couple's hands. Then Ida bows deeply to the two of them. I'm so sorry. Zalhyu and I watched the end of the show from an unobtrusive corner of the audience. After seeing Ida finally embrace Ferris's parents, even Zalhyu's cool expression seems to have softened a little. A good ending, don't you think? It is good that the misunderstanding could be resolved. And it was also good that you were willing to testify about the evil deeds of the Vayagers. Otherwise, Ferris's parents would have found the tale hard to believe. So, does that mean our misunderstanding has also been resolved? Can you tell me about your reluctance to join us? Zalhyu is silent for a while, then she nods. Before joining Monsoon Squad, I was used to traveling alone and dealing with any dangers I encountered by myself. But after becoming a part of Monsoon Squad, Dalian, Jiangyu, and Faye became my friends. We traveled together with the same wish in our heart, just like Ida and Ferris. I once thought that Monsoon would keep traveling like this forever, while everyone kept talking about finding their commander. They were still limited by the agreement, so I believe that the day when they would do so was still far off. Thus, I did not think much about what would happen once the agreement ended, or what I would do. So when I realized that there was really a chance for them to go to the Elmo, I hesitated. If everyone else in the band chose to return to the Elmo, then what about me? Zalhyu pauses for a moment. She runs her fingers over her knife, then looks at me. The members of Monsoon often told me about you and your shared past. So before I make my decision, I would like to know, what made you walk this path of self-exile? To my knowledge, you were not compelled to become a wandering bounty hunter. Oh, me? Yeah, that's a long story for another time. Watch out for the final event of Girls Frontline 1 whenever that comes out. I look up at the sky. Too many scenes from the past flash before my eyes. What exactly was it that made me choose my present course? I think of the flames from that explosion, and that one-sided farewell. In order to give all of that sort of meaning, I think I wrote that wrong. In order to give all of that some sort of meaning, there we go. I finally chose to sign the agreement, much as I loathed its terms and the fact that I had done so. As my emotions fly into disarray, I shake my head, and my gaze settles on the nearby stage. Perhaps it was for these people, Ferris, Ida, and the audience members watching the play, just like you. Perhaps I could have chosen a better paying way of life, but if I had, I would have always been taking and carrying out orders. By boarding the Elmo, perhaps I could follow my heart and help the people who needed saving. But then again, maybe I just did it for myself. So, I'm sorry, I can't answer your question, because I still haven't accomplished anything yet. Is that what you want to hear, Zalhyu? Zalhyu remains silent, and the night shrouds that poker face of hers. She looks down at the scars on her hand. There is a vague sense of confusion in her eyes. Once, I simply did as I was told, never questioning the rightness of my actions or the lack thereof. After that, I learned that I could choose for myself. And so, you chose Monsoon. Not just Monsoon. When I joined Monsoon, I chose the future I wanted. So, What kind of future will you choose now? Random CG. Okay. Zhao Hu looks up. It's a nice CG though. She stares into my eyes, and the confusion from before is now gone. Commander, I am not like Diane and the others. I have not experienced the days of fighting by your side in Griffin. That is why I cannot immediately decide to board the Elmo and follow you. But of course, I would like all dolls who join the Elmo to do so of their own free will. However, this commission has allowed me to get the measure of your character. And since my friends in Monsoon Squad trust you completely, I think I can try to trust you too, Commander. In the past, I chose to travel in Monsoon Squad. Now, I think I can choose a future traveling with the Elmo. Surely a journey with you would be a pretty good one, am I wrong? And with that, Zhao Hu watches me quietly. Well, in terms of doing good and stopping evil, it ought to be pretty good. Upon hearing my answer, Zhao Hu smiles. Zhao Hu smiles that barely visible smile again. Okay. Should just actually read the whole thing in my head first. Then from now on, the tactical doll Zhao Hu shall join the Elmo. Okay, that was a long roundabout way of saying, yeah, okay, I think I trust you now too. So, yeah. I'm gonna join, so that I can at least be with the rest of my friends. Here's to jolly cooperation. Really? Really? Did we have to sneak in a Dark Souls reference here? I'm pretty sure that's a Dark Souls reference. I can't imagine her actually saying that. Here's to jolly cooperation, Commander. Praise the sun, if there is any sun in the background. The translators knew what they were doing. They really did. It is late at night, and the bustling crowds have receded. The actors have cleared away their costumes and props and are now taking a break, leaving the campsite silent at last. Just as I'm about to return to my tent, I hear a familiar and gentle voice from behind me. Commander, do you have a moment? Diane, what are you doing here? Is something the matter? I came to return this to you. Diane smiles as she approaches me. She extends a hand to me, revealing the intricate pendant in her palm. The thunderbolt-shaped symbol on the pendant gleams in the night. That's... My thoughts return to a time several years ago. Wait, do we know this pendant? I don't know about this pendant. It was before I was officially reunited with Diane. A certain request had led to the Elmo traveling near the Green Zone. There I received Diane's signal, a blue ribbon brought back by Groza after she returned from a mission in a satellite city. Ah, okay. So it was one of the things they passed on from back then. Without news, without message, they were separated by just a purification zone. These were the limitations imposed by the agreement, and also a sign of Diane's care and concern. At Groza's suggestion, I had her pass Diane the pendant. This was the keepsake that you had Miss Groza give me. Hi, Blue Philly, welcome. We're actually at the end of the event. Hope you're doing well, though. I still remember the words she told me that day. Bathe in lightning and rain, waiting silently amidst the storm. The blue-white flash shall one day be seen. That is the origin of the name Elmo, and also the promise you made with me, is it not, Commander? I carry this pendant with me during our time apart. It got me through the countless lonely days when my thoughts were of you and gave me the strength to keep moving forward. Thanks to its existence, I believe that one day I would be reunited with you, Commander. You're right. The rain and the storm have passed. Welcome back to the Elmo, Diane. I look toward Diane, but just as I'm about to retrieve the pendant, she suddenly pulls her hand back. She holds it in her palm, looking tenderly upon it, as though she were caressing it in her gaze. She'll be caressing other things later if she had the choice. Commander, the truth is, I have a request to make of you. Though we are now reunited, I have always etched the meaning of this pendant onto my heart. If I might, could I continue to hold on to it? I will always cherish the spirit in which it has given me. The spirit in which it has given me. Okay, I didn't read that wrong. Still holding the pendant, Diane gazes into her eyes, her face flushing a faint pink. Dang. My dyslexia has developed over the years, apparently. Of course. And there's the Elmo in the distance. Shortly afterwards, in the Elmo, several dolls who have traveled from afar are now gathered at the foot of the massive vehicle. The twin-tailed girl hugs on the hand of the blue-clothed girl, hopping around excitedly in front of the Elmo. I'm guessing that's Zhang Yu. I mean, there's two. Okay, I guess Faye isn't twin tails. That's big hair bonds. I'm so happy, big sis. We returned to the Elmo again. Oh yes, I didn't expect we were able to come back. And now our dear leader Zhao has returned with us. Yep, Monsoon's back together again. Is this really alright? The agreement? Relax, the commander said that our friend in the Non-Military Forces Administration, namely Miss Kalina, will help us take care of it. We won't have to worry about the paperwork. So let's enjoy a reunion with the commander. Wow, is that the commander coming out? Wait, is that the commander coming out? Okay, wait, what? The commander coming out? Oh, I guess we had to separate for temporarily, and now they're coming back. Okay. I'm feeling so nervous all of a sudden. Well, that's unusual. To think that they would come when Monsoon's best drummer is blushing. Zhao, you're still making fun of me at a time like this. I was simply trying to add to the mood, and an opportunity presented itself. But I guess it worked pretty well, no? Is it a bit rude to say that Zhao Yu's event makes me want to pull for Zhang Yu? I think a lot of people have been wanting to pull for Zhang Yu for the longest time anyway, so no. I don't think it would be rude, but considering this their event, it's ironic, I suppose. We are coming out as we are back, yes. With a wow, Zhang Yu runs to the Elmo, and Diane follows in resignation. Faye strides into the Elmo too. We'll get you in the standard banner eventually, don't you worry. Because you're not there yet, I have 184 pulls for whatever happens. Zhao Yu walks at the back of the group at a leisurely pace, because she's not quite as hurried to meet the commander. What does the future hold for Monsoon Squad? Hopefully nothing like big, screaming cow thingies. Zhao Yu looks up at the person on the Elmo who's waiting for them. Or is it goats? I think they were goats. Sheep, maybe? Perhaps he will give her the answer. And that's the end. And Sharkry has been hogging the completion screens of every single fight that we've been. Holy crap. Sharkry. I know you want to be everyone's center of attention. Holy crap. Anyway, nice short sweet story about Zhao Yu. I'm also surprised though. We don't have any extra stages here. I'm guessing this was before they implemented extra stages or something. Maybe not all events are like this, but I'm pretty sure there's usually some. But yeah, nice short sweet event. But nothing too big. It's just, I guess, coming to grips for her. Idol must take the spotlight. Yeah, I guess thankfully we didn't put Vepli there to what do you call this? To compete with the spotlight. This is one event that's not rewritten. Oh wait, this isn't rewritten? No way, I thought this was rewritten to like make it because there was some conflicting thing, I guess, with Diane's event with this one. I think the only thing that may have been rewritten is maybe it's not the only thing, but part of it's probably because we met them during a previous semi-major event, and it had to get written in. Maybe originally there was something else going on here. Yeah, there were definitely some changes here. I think that's what I remember from the live stream. One sentence got it's probably just more than one sentence. Remember Richard, everyone? Remember the Richard that people seem to want to forget for some odd reason? I don't know. But let me see. I did tab out for a second because there's something I wanted to pull up. We kind of shortly talked about this already, but let me see if I can find it because it was pretty funny and very related to what we just did. Ah, here we go. Panzer showed this in the Discord. We have a Discord, by the way. We have a Discord if you guys are interested in that. I don't think the bot has been working recently. That's why it hasn't shown up. But Discord link should be in the description. But anyway, Panzer knows what's coming up here. Let's see. Oh, yeah, hold up. Back. Wait, no. What's going on? What's going on? Fix this. There you go. Let me scroll down a little bit. Springfield's coffee shop brings you Commander, we miss you so much. Everyone from Monsoon Squad. And then Zhao is like, why is everyone so horny? What's so great with this guy? And now she knows why. And that's why she joined us. Is she horny right now? No. But maybe she will be in the future. I don't know. For me personally, I don't see her as waifu material, but maybe the relationship stuff might fix that, but it's a little hard to do something about the write something compelling for the new dolls. I feel like unless it's of course unless it's crap Andoris because Andoris has gotten a lot of fans since she showed up. All of them are wife materials. I guess it depends on your flavor of wife. Vector, technically for me, isn't wife material, but these bedroom eyes over here that she keeps giving. These bedroom eyes, holy crap. Whenever she shoots that look, my heart flutters just a little bit. Of course, if I wanted to be super horny, we could always bring back we could always bring this back. Dang, that new outfit of hers, really, though. That new outfit of hers. Hold up, I need a closer look. Because I don't think I have. Actually. Go to the dormitory. Where is... This is not it. I don't think we actually took a really good look at Coffee before, but... her new outfit is so skin tight. What the heck? I mean, she was fine before in just the regular Almo outfit, and I guess this doesn't look so bad when her coat is over it. But when she takes off the coat to like relax like crazy, it's like, what the heck is going on? And why is there a strip right in the middle down here? I think we haven't actually reviewed her outfit before, have we? It's like the one that stress balls you squeeze. A little bit, right? Hold up. A little bit. I mean, I had a particular angle that I did for that, but holy crap. The contours are insane. That was never there in the dorm shorts. You wouldn't have guessed she was packing this without this outfit. Can you believe this was free, guys? Can you believe this was free? It wasn't the only free outfit that we've gotten, but still. I think other than the story, this has also made people think about her in a different way. Sad but true, but fan service does help change impressions a little bit. I mean, it's kind of the same thing in Girls Frontline. old art versus new art, even if it's just a glow up, yep, that'll do it. That'll do it. But for the safety of my sanity, I do like putting this more. I do like the bedroom eyes though, they're quite nice. Very, very nice. But yeah, that's the event, guys, and holy crap, it's actually pretty late. FYI, we're gonna be ending soon, but FYI, I'm probably not gonna be streaming Girls Frontline stuff for the next couple of weeks until the next event comes up. I could keep going back and doing Dusty Memories, Dusty Journals, and stuff like that. But I want to try doing something else for a little bit. There's another game that I've been getting back into recently, and I'm trying to see if I can work it into the streams. And the only time I can feel like I can do that into the streams without, like, work it into the streams without making my channel get overtaken completely by gacha is to put it in like weeks where there's not an event going on for some things. So yeah, so the next couple of weeks until the next one, we're gonna be checking out a different game while we wait for the next event in Girls Frontline 2 or even Girls Frontline 1. We'll see. So I hope you check that out when it shows up. I'll have the waiting room out for that one earlier than usual so that you can at least get a good look at it. So Death Stranding? No, not Death Stranding. I'm not ready for Death Stranding yet. I'm still working on a few long series games. I need to finish my long series games before I even think about doing Death Stranding. I still have rats to help free from lizards. Okay, if you were here in yesterday's stream and you saw that stream, I did not take care of the rats. I did not take care of the lizards. The lizards gave me a run for my money. So it's pretty rough. I have to figure out a way to deal with them. There's that. I still haven't finished Atelier Yumiya. I still need to finish Atelier Yumiya. And you're saying Death Stranding is the same length as Reverse Collapse? I don't think I have a time for. I don't think I have time for a really long series like that for a while. I can't tell you about it just yet. You're gonna have to wait until at least next month, because I don't want to talk about it this soon because it's a little too early. But just FYI, little dropping hints. I will have a pretty big announcement coming up next month that is probably gonna stall the channel a little bit, but I need to do it for my mental health and personal well-being. So yeah, I mean, I'm making plans already. You can probably guess what it is, but I'm not gonna make the official announcement until next month. So yes, that's all I'll say about that for now. I like how there's two gangs in the dorm. Coffee enjoys and Patria enjoys. I haven't looked at Patria that much. Like Patria herself. Let me go over here. Patria herself, I never, for me personally, understood her. I guess big cat lady. There's something about this. Hold up, I guess I might have to change the angle. I guess there's something about this. Maybe the new outfit's a little bit emphasizes it a little bit more. I'll be honest though, I don't think I've seen anyone post her new outfit in the dorm. Congratulations on your pregnancy. But yeah. I mean, Patria's fine. I wish she would show up in the story already, though, so I can at least get an idea what she's about, you know? But until then, I have honestly no opinions of her, except for thank you for making my DPS with Klukai so high that we're actually reaching over 1 million damage in in Gunsmoke. Without you, it would not be possible. Also, I did not realize how much damage she can actually put out with Klukai around. So that's great. That's super great. Wait, Litara's swimsuit? Wait, is Litara actually gonna get a swimsuit, or are we just betting she's gonna get a swimsuit because almost everyone has one? Not everyone has one, but almost everyone has one. I'm assuming mostly that the closest you'll get to a swimsuit with her is that that track outfit. Hold up, is a track outfit actually available for purchase right now? Or was this a limited time thing? I think her track... Yep, I think that's the closest you'll get to her swimsuit, this track outfit. I can't imagine her getting a second outfit until she becomes available in the shop so you can actually get her. But I'm surprised they put out a costume for her when new players don't even have access to her. So yeah. The carrot tattoo though is pretty interesting. She shows up in some dusty text logs without revealing her name, but that's about it. Okay, so that's what Patria's been doing. Patria's been sneaking around, and who is the one that actually has beef with her? I kind of forgot. There is someone in particular that has beef with her, and I forget who it was. I don't think it's any of them. I think it might have been Krolik, right? Yeah, it was Krolik. Krolik has particular beef with Patria for whatever reason. Bought V6 for platoon member. Finally can play Gunsmoke with ease. Oh, did you get V6 Klukai? Congratulations! I don't know if I have enough for V6 Klukai. I probably do, actually. I probably have more than enough for V6 Klukai, but I am not gonna try to V6 her unless the next banner is something I don't want to roll in. And then maybe I'll try at least V3ing her and see how I feel about that. Oh wow, okay, so I didn't notice this. Let's get a close up on her. I did not notice this before. So it seems like she does. Oh, the scars they were talking about. They said scars in her hands, but I don't know if you can see her hands that well. At least you can't see her hands that well on this side. But you can see the scar on her shoulder right here. Okay, so I guess this is from her past. I didn't see this before, so that would explain some things anyway. And she does not react to you, or does she? Oh, she does. Oh, you bought some. Oh, you bought someone's stuff. Okay, be careful about that. Be careful about that. Did I buy 416 accessories? I'll be honest, I don't feel like really buying any. I don't feel like buying any. Where would it be? The extra swappable parts. Where would that show up actually? I don't see it. It's not here. It's not these. No, these are all gun skins. Oh, I guess it was in here last time. But I don't see it. Isn't standard package? It's not standard package. Quality selection. Levels, exploration. Time limited. Purchase bag. Racer. Ah, it's this one. Okay, so you have to pay an extra $5 when it's discounted to get the rest of these things. Yeah, I mean, the extra skin parts aren't really doing it for me. So personally speaking, not something in my buy list. Not something in my buy list. Neither was any of the other ones. Not even for Vector, who I do actually have. I didn't buy the parts for her because I like her regular schoolgirl outfit better.
私の銃が見たい？
Let's see. Where is Vector? I finally found all of Vector's attachments, which is nice. I mean, this is fine by itself. I like this just the way it is. I don't need to swap any parts there. Like I still like her original outfit, and I guess until like this is probably one of the coolest original like base outfits that you can get for any of the dolls. But oh right, she has the bunny outfit too. I don't think I have enough medals for this yet. I haven't used my medals for anything. Dang, that's bouncy. Dang, that's bouncy. Holy crap, I didn't realize you could bounce like that. That's ridiculous. What's the physics on that? Still bouncy, but not quite as wild as the bunny suit one. And this one is very restrained because she's actually got chest armor on, so you can't really see it. It's ridiculous amount of bounce there is. Just buying most of the skins in case they're gonna add a Womb Force update. I'll wait for the Womb Force update before I decide to do that. But you know, I feel like some people already added the Womb Force update as a mod for their particular versions of the game because you know people would do that. I mean, how else did you think they got Florence's pasties to show? Right? Florence's pasties. Gotta love it. Anyway, I think I'm gonna end here for today, guys. Thank you for hanging out. I'll see you later. I should have the waiting rooms for the rest of the week, or at least most of the week. At least most of the week by tomorrow. So yeah, just a reminder again, we won't have Girls Frontline 2 for the next couple of weeks, or even Girls Frontline 1, depending on what's happening over there. But we will be checking something out that I hope you'll check out with me in the same time. If I do get Project Net to work, we'll check that out instead of the other thing I was planning. But if I can't get Project Net to work, then we won't do that. I think if I do get Project Net to work, we will be doing a Girls Frontline stream earlier rather than later into the week, because that test period is pretty short. So if you also want to try it yourself and you don't mind using an emulator or have your phone, there is a link in the description for you to check out if you haven't seen it yet. So check that out, please. Okay, I'll see you later, everyone. Have a good rest of your day, and bye-bye.